reconvene our 2026 budget hearing, and we'll start the day with our court systems. And I believe on my list, I have circuit court first, so.
You want to go first?
Oh,
'Cause
do you need to go first, Judge Hunter?
You sure? Yeah. Okay, I can.
Okay,
My
circuit court,
Circuit court is.
tab 4.
Yep.
Yes.
Pretty much a completely flat budget proposal from the year prior. The only thing was for the staff, what the numbers that you see on the 26 proposal include a 3% raise is what we factored in there. And I did that for the 3 court reporters and the interpreter. I did not increase the overtime, I just left it the same, even though obviously we'll pay a higher rate. That just stayed where it has been. And then everything else was flat from the year prior.
Okay.
Yes.
Brad, can we have you go to the mic, please?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I
Oh,
forgot.
yeah, we're on.
Yeah, we're on TV.
All of our lights.
All right, so yeah, everything is, other than the staff with the 3% proposed raise, everything else was the same as what we had in last year's budget.
I heard you and Judge Hunter talking about your respective pauper attorney lines, and that's usually a big one for us. And I guess maybe just talk about how that's going, and you have it flat year over year. And
Right. Our pauper rate is a set rate from the state since we're part of the public defender reimbursement program. So as of last year, that had increased from 100 to 110. So we had an increase in last year's budget to accommodate for that increase. So we went
Right.
from 165 to 200 each. So I think both of us kept it flat at 200,000 this year. We've not been told that there's any rate increase from the state that we'll be required to follow, so it should stay at the 110 per hour for our pauper attorneys. And then both of us, I think, are pretty aggressive towards the end of the year, trying to move whatever money is left over in any other categories into pauper. And then, once we get through all of that, we move to whatever we have accumulated in the money that we've received back from the Public Defender Commission. That is in a separate budget item, or it's not in this budget, it's in a separate category. And we go through our budget money first, and then we go to that pauper reimbursement money that sits there and carries over from year to year. So neither of us have gone to that money yet. We both are probably a couple months, hopefully still, that we can pay out of what we've got, and then we'll start looking at our other sources.
okay.
Brad, I have a question.
Yes,
On the preserve and wraparound,
yes.
you have roughly, I'm just gonna use a round number, of 21,000 in there for this year, and nothing has been spent, but you increased it to 30,000. What is that one?
Now, it started at 30, that's what it always starts at. We did spend, what we do basically on January 1, we transfer whatever grant money I get for CASA, it is a matching requirement.
Oh,
And
okay.
so we take that grant amount, that same amount to match comes out of preserve and wraparound and helps fund our CASA budget. So you'll see pretty much January 1, January 2, we will transfer that amount into CASA to pay for our CASA director.
Okay,
What is left then, and I can't remember because our grant changes every year, but what is left in that line, towards the end of the year, I contact probation and community corrections. The money is designed to be used for juvenile cases. And so from time to time, we may have some juveniles that, because of financial issues with the parents, if we need a evaluation or we need some assistance within the family, I can use it discretionary there. What we typically see at the end of the year, usually about December the 1st, I'll contact probation and community corrections. I'll have them give me a list of any cases they've had with juveniles that they didn't pay all their fees in full, and I help make up that difference for probation and community corrections.
oh, okay,
So usually at the end of the year, you'll see somewhere between 5,000 to 7,000 each to probation and community corrections to help reimburse for the fees that the juveniles did not pay.
okay.
But that doesn't happen till the end to see if I've used it anywhere else, but that's usually by December 1st, we'll start with that.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Good question, Don.
And it looks like you zeroed out your part-time interpreter.
Shouldn't have. You mean for this year?
No, for 26. Maybe it's someplace else, but on our
Yeah, the 26 budget for my interpreter would be 26,523.
Okay, that's listed as wraparound part-time employee on our budget.
Okay, well, that may be
So
listed. Yeah, it looks like they've got those things flipped.
Yep, let's move that up.
Those numbers are flipped.
Okay. So they need to be swapped,
The
okay.
interpreter is the 26,523.
That's
And
what I,
we did,
that's what I
a
thought.
couple years ago, we were paying that from a number of different offices. We decided it'd be easier to get it all in one.
Right.
And so all of hers comes out of that part of the budget that we manage now.
I figured there was something wrong there, but I wasn't sure what. Thank you.
We will get that fixed.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's flip the page and we'll look real quickly at that CASA budget.
Again, CASA is funded half with the matching money that we use out of the preserve and wraparound, half through a grant. No changes on CASA other than same thing, we factored in a 3% raise for staff. With that, Deanne Hunter had been our director. She has a number of cases she continues to oversee, and she's continued helping with the transition with Nancy Ward as our new director. So I am still paying her for part of it since she's got a fairly heavy caseload. As her cases finish, she'll be just considered a volunteer, but since she does still have a number of cases, I'm paying her in addition to our new director, Nancy Ward.
And as a CASA, I do appreciate that there's a mileage component when our cases take us to Indianapolis and other places, so that's very much appreciated.
And for those that aren't familiar, I mean, if kids are placed in foster care or outside the county, we don't have enough foster parents within county always to take the kids, and so that requires sometimes visits outside, and so we do pay mileage for that.
Okay.
Everything else from the volunteers is their time and effort. We
That's
appreciate
right.
it.
How many CASA volunteers are there?
We're a little low, we're going through kind of a.
We have 10 or
transition
12?
period. Yeah, we're probably at 10 or 12. I do have, right now, 3 attorneys that I still use as guardian ad litems. We're in the process of kind of getting a new start with getting interest with some new CASAs, and we'll get them going through the training program also.
And many CASAs only have one case, and so I have 2 at the moment, but most CASAs just have one case. Deanne has 1 million.
Not working?
New batteries.
Checkboard too. Okay,
Could you repeat all that?
Let's start over again.
All these
From the top.
technical things.
okay. Any other questions about the circuit court budget before we swap judges? Okay, thank you, Judge Moeller. If you'll move to tab 22, that is the Superior Court budget. And Judge Hunter.
Good morning, Council. Justin Hunter, Superior Court. Today, reviewing a budget that's been presented with very modest increase
Thank
Oh, maybe it's me.
Yep.
Sorry.
We're good.
I didn't feel like I was.
I did it. My book did it. Sorry.
I just want to say at the outset, and I don't think I've expressed this before, I wanted to thank the council for, in past years, investing in human resources in the Superior Court. For years, I'd asked for some increases. I know it wasn't possible. I know you wanted to deliver, but you did deliver last year, and I appreciate that you've made it possible for us to keep the resources that we have, because it's invaluable to teach them and keep them on board. So I think that was a wise choice from your standpoint. Looking ahead at the upcoming budget as presented, I tried to keep in parity with Judge Moeller. We talked at a time, made sure that our personal services requests were identical in terms of raises, that we wanted to keep in parity on the pauper defense fee request. Sometimes our demands are different among attorneys because we handle different types of cases, but most of the time we're able to, when there's differences, take other portions of the budget that we haven't spent on and readjust when necessary. And so you're not going to see a large difference over the prior year request. I'm willing to entertain questions at your request.
I had a question, the same thing for
Yes.
your interpreter. Your interpreter's 0, and then there's a new line that says Superior Court Witness / Interpreter, is that correct?
So I do know, let me just, I see a witness interpreter request of $1,000. Were you looking,
I see witness, interpreter, $4,000, and I saw interpreter 0.
The interpreter was Grace Barton.
That's the
and-
one we moved.
And,
That was formerly split.
yes, and she resigned.
Okay.
So now they're having to go a different route.
We've
Okay.
got another person in.
Okay.
So the
deal.
4,000
It's
is-
just not out of that line.
So the 4,000 is correct in the
I
Is that
think,
where you put it?
0048?
so 0048 that is under, oh, I see, that is under interpreter, personal services interpreter. And
I just want to make sure it was in the right line.
it's our
Curious.
intention to share the expense, I thought, with respect to our part-time interpreter, Judge.
Yeah, we filled Grace's position. We have another person that has taken that spot, which what I call full-time, part-time. She is here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday mornings. That is all coming from the budget item that is in my 01 account.
Okay, okay.
So,
Occasionally, she'll be on vacation, or we have, and Judge Hunter uses it quite a bit, what's called Lifeline, which is an account that we have access to for times either she's not available or languages that are not Spanish.
Right.
Okay.
okay.
And it has a service, and I think that's his 0048 probably, or maybe.
No,
I have a
it
small
isn't.
amount.
Let me just work off of that comment. The interpreter of a line of 4,000, I thought was to compensate for the part-time Iris Madeira, is that her name?
Iris, yeah.
Yeah, Iris Madeira. So, Judge Moeller, if that's fully being funded out of your budget, then that could be returned to 0 in my budget, because I have a different line, line 48 for witness interpreter on, oh, I'm sorry, it's also a line 48, but it's not under personal services. It's a $1,000 request,
Oh, yeah.
and that
It's
is,
got 240.
Yes, I see it, I see it.
that is based on the need for what Judge Mueller, you called it Lifeline, it's actually Language Line.
Language line, yeah.
Right.
And it pays for the different types of languages other than Spanish, you know.
So we can eliminate the 4,000 one?
I believe you can. And if I feel that's incorrect after I go up and look at some things on Judge Mueller's budget, I will come back and let you know. But I believe that under personal services, the 4,000 could be eliminated.
Okay.
And that would put me at a lower budget than I requested last year.
Yeah.
Hey.
I
All
like
right,
it.
look at how
I like it.
much progress we've made so far.
Judge Hunter,
Yes.
01, 19, and 20, should those two accounts be flipped?
I was just getting ready to ask that too. Is
Yeah.
it the same thing we had on
I have the same.
Okay.
Judge Moeller's?
And forgive me, I know you're looking at something that I may not be looking at.
It's-
What are the
It's the
categories?
criminal, or extra help
Extra help.
and criminal transcripts.
Okay.
Look like they're
On the
flip-flopped.
form that Janet gave you is what we're looking at.
They seem-
Okay.
They seem to have flopped,
01, 19, and 01, 20.
20.
So extra, yeah, first of all, there should be a request in there for both extra help and transcripts. And so, let me just see on my budget request, if you'll just give me a second to find where that is.
Okay, what the deal is that on the Form 1, the numbers don't match up with the descriptions
Okay.
that you've got. So I put it under the number, and it's not, like,
Okay.
in the system,
It
the
doesn't
number
match
is
up.
named something different,
Okay.
yeah. So-
Okay, well, I want to make sure that,
For extra
So-
help, do you want
we
12,000?
are
That's
switching
typically what
We
you
don't know the yet.
budgeted.
We don't know
I
yet.
want 12,000, and that program includes funding for an attorney to visit and conduct a clinic that we're doing once a month that helps people reinstate their driving privileges, and then also an eviction tenant, landlord-tenant program once every 2 weeks. And that is an important program for us to keep in play. That's
So we
really,
want 12,000 in the extra help.
yes,
Then the question is, what do you want in the transcripts?
yeah.
It had been 0 last year and the last 3 years, so maybe it needs to
I
stay
can't
0.
believe it's been 0. I'm so sorry that I'm seeing
It was
that.
0 in 23, 24, and 25.
I'm not much help here until I find it on my page. 4,500 was my request for criminal
That's
transcripts.
an 03. There's an 03 for 4,500 criminal transcripts.
Okay,
Yes.
So it
As
looks
long
like
as
we
it's-
had it in 2 spots.
as long as it is reflected in there, that's necessary when we have appeals
You see it
and
down
the
here?
defendant is indigent,
Here, same
then
page.
we have a
Oh,
duty
same
to
page. Oh,
prepare transcripts for an indigent individual, and that's why that's necessary at that line.
So we'll leave it, we'll make it 0 at the 0020, leave it 4,500 at the 0020 at the bottom,
yeah, we're moving the 12,000 up a line.
from 01 to 03. Okay, got it.
Right.
All right, so you're
Thank you.
still under, Judge Hunter.
All right.
Because if that 12 was gonna get added, you was gonna be over then, so.
Well, the 12, I want to be in for
Okay.
extra help,
We got-
whether it's in the line that I've designated
Yep,
extra
we've
help,
got
or
it.
otherwise
We got
it's
it now.
Yeah.
critical program to
Good,
keep
thank
in
you.
place.
Yep. If we don't have a few things out of order, it's just we're not human beings.
It's no
Oh,
fun.
we'll try to track those numbers next year when we put our budgets together.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the courts?
This is your last budget with us, is it?
Well, no,
No?
next year I'll be
Very good.
here, but,
Very good.
so, hopefully there'll be someone joining me though during that. So I don't
Yeah.
intend to retire until the end of my term, which will be the end of next
26.
year.
Very good.
So, yeah, you'll see me again.
We've
Hopefully
been
not
fortunate-
sooner though.
We've been fortunate to have you.
Yeah. Thank
All
you,
right,
Judge.
thank you.
And you're welcome to stay if you, okay. Don't take any offense, Tony, but. All right, that moves us on to the yeah, prosecutor's budget, tab 17. As we continue our tour of the court system.
I am Anthony Sommer, prosecuting attorney. Here to talk with you about my 2026 budget proposal.
All right, we have a couple of budgets under your tab, but we'll begin with the regular prosecuting attorney budget in the general fund, and you're a veteran of this, first go around here, just point out, changes to the budget, things you want the council to pay particular attention to. I know you have some salary issues you want to discuss, so I'll
That's
turn it over to you.
There are salary issues in my budget. I'm still trying to address paralegal, office manager salaries, and also deputy prosecutor salaries. And part of this derives from action that was taken by the classification committee. There was a reclassification that was performed in May of this year. They approved my request to add educational requirement to the paralegal and office manager job descriptions. That came back with a Comote C designation now, and the notification with regard to that action said that the hourly rates would be addressed in the 2026 budget. But there wasn't otherwise any particular guidance that followed as to what that hourly rate adjustment might look like. And then July, I disseminated to the council and the commissioners at the time, new salary survey that was produced by the Indiana Prosecuting Attorney Council with regard to non-attorney staff. And it had with it salary survey results that included the paralegal and office manager positions, as well as child support and other positions. With regard to that information, I tried to, it was kind of voluminous, tried to direct everyone to the particular page on the salaries for the positions that I have. That was, I think, like page 23 in the document, because otherwise it was like a 90-page document. And so I didn't want you all printing that off and using all your paper up. At any rate, what I have proposed in my budget was to move the paralegal positions in my office to the bottom of the external salary range on the IPAC salary survey.
Yes, I noticed that.
And so that would still be sizable increases for a couple of the positions. And I don't know if the county will be in a position this year to do that, but I felt like it was incumbent upon me with the change in the classification and the salary survey from IPAC to at least present that as a proposal.
Yes. I appreciated that you were asking for the low point of that.
Yeah, I
new
didn't try
survey-
for the
that new
midpoint.
survey.
I felt like that was a bridge too far.
Yeah.
I did go with the bottom, but that still,
It still increases a couple of them pretty big.
for two of those positions, it's a 24% increase.
That's right.
If that were adopted.
Yeah, it's a lot.
For one of the paralegal positions, it would only be a 15% increase. So we have some differences in that particular classification within my office that still need to be reconciled and evened out. The person that would only be a 15% increase does have a couple more years than the other employees, and does have a bit deeper experience in outside law office. So I can't say it's entirely unjustified, but that higher pay range came from the fact that that was still back when department heads were setting salary, and that's the salary that I was able to give that employee at higher, and I did so in part because of the outside law office experience at the time. And so just to explain those differences, the office manager adjustment, once again going to the low point on the IPAC salary survey, would still be a 10% increase if adopted by the council. Now, within my office, there have been changes because I had a vacancy at office manager, and that was part of what prompted me to distribute. At the same time that I was losing my office manager, I received that salary survey from IPAC. And so I combined those two issues in the communication that I sent to the council. My office manager was able, who'd been with me 19 years, was able to take a position as a deputy clerk in Boone County at higher pay than what she was making here. Now, she said pay was not an issue in terms of life changes for her is what led to her changing positions. But as I pointed out in my communication to you, pay wasn't an impediment either to her changing positions. And so I wanted to share that with you, but also to tell you that I was able to fill the office manager position from a paralegal internally. And since that change in July, I have not refilled the vacant paralegal position for the same rationale that the commissioners and the council have established. Let's hold off on anything until we get through budget season. So I have payroll dollars that are accumulating, and I have a vacancy, which would be 14, paralegal 14, that presently is not filled, and the current staff is able to handle the workload, so it could go unfilled. And so those payroll dollars could be redistributed to help support the pay increases that I'm proposing in my budget. And it would cover not all of it, but a good deal of it. I think that it would be otherwise, on the total payroll dollars, with the deputy prosecutor pay increases included, about a 4% increase overall.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
If those dollars were redistributed. And so I guess that more than willing to do that because the present staff is handling the workload, and so we can get there. The proposed increase on the deputy prosecuting attorney was merely a matter of surveying counties of a similar size to ours and adjacent counties. And that's where I've encountered the most problems. The current pay for my deputy prosecutors was set at $83,514 salary per year for full-time deputy prosecutors out of the salary survey process that took place. However, what I'm seeing right now, because there is a shortage of attorneys in the state of Indiana, I don't know if you've been exposed to that fact or not, We certainly see it locally, not only in defense bar, but also in trying to hire deputy prosecutors. I am currently fully staffed, but I'd like to retain the staff that I have. I have very experienced attorneys filling my chief deputy spot and 2 of my full-time deputy prosecutor spots, and then I have 1 brand-new attorney that I just hired this year. And so for that particular attorney that I hired this year, very pleased, working out very well at this point. But the pay that candidate had to take was $7,000 less per year than what the candidate could have achieved elsewhere. And so I hate to ask people to not make what they could make on the market, okay? And I'm not talking about the market hitting the bricks and opening their own practice. I'm talking about going to work for another county as a deputy prosecutor.
Right.
And so that's the basis of my proposal for trying to move my deputy prosecutors to $90,000 a year. That is a 7% increase from where they are right now. And so that is the basis for the non-standard proposals that are included in my prosecutor budget. My investigator is already appropriately paid, and so my investigator, the proposed budget increase was an attempt to just keep up with cost of living essentially, which was a 2.5% increase, which is 2.5% is what I used otherwise across the board in all my other departments for personnel services. Was a 2.5% increase. Other than the increases in the personal services items in my budget, there was no changes of significance. I would entertain any questions that you have.
I have one. When we discussed earlier in the year the issue of adjusting the deputy prosecutor pay, we were talking in conjunction with that proposed legislation at the time
Yes.
that did not pass.
It did not.
But would have resulted in some compensation back to the county from the state. Do you have any communications with the Prosecuting Attorney Association? Is that going to be attempted again, or?
Yes, they will continue to approach the legislature with the idea of trying to contribute state dollars to help defray the cost at the county level for deputy prosecutors. They made it deep into the process, but the financial circumstances at the state level was the wall they ran into in this session. I don't see any particular changes in the state's fiscal status in the next year. They've made a number of changes, as you heard from Baker Tilly yesterday, and I think they're still sorting out where they're going to wind up. The state does seem to be holding the line. Governor Braun has asked for cuts in this present budget season kind of across the board. Now, it'll be another, not this next session, but the session
It's 27,
following that we
yeah.
get into an actual budget session again, and maybe the picture will change by then.
I did see on the survey that you provided us in May that many counties have vacancies in the deputy prosecutors.
They do.
position.
And so we are in good shape here in this county to be fully staffed as I presently am. And I appreciate the support the council has given me over the years to financially support the prosecutor's office here in this county.
I want to make two points related to this issue. One is that the prosecutor's to be commended. He's done everything we've asked him to do in this process. He's followed the new committee process. He was patient with us last year as we tried to implement with the salary survey, and he had some different numbers to look at. So he's gone through it the right way. He's approached the committee. He's gotten the adjustments made to the job descriptions, and then now I do feel like it's time for us to adjust accordingly on the salaries to match that. Second, just thinking back at my time over on the council, and even in the time of this council, we have multiple times made adjustments to the pauper attorney line. It's just up and up and up and up. Well, that's the attorneys on the other side of the table.
Right.
And we got to remember the attorneys on our side of the table. And so,
Yeah, I agree that that Tony has done everything he's supposed to do, taken all the steps he's supposed to take, and I appreciate that you're asking for the low point of that survey you provided us. The bottom line is, can we afford it? It's just
And I perfectly understand that.
Yeah.
The council always
Well,
has
we-
to stay within its means.
what we,
So-
what we want you to do might not be possible.
If I understood you correctly, that we could take that 0014 line item to zero,
Correct.
then the,
Redistribute those dollars,
then the overall increase to the budget, if everything else were as.
as I requested.
As requested, would be a $14,000 increase on a $600,000 budget. So
A 4% increase
Very
overall
reasonable.
to do that. And I don't know that the council's in a position to do that, but as much of that as the council's in a position to do is what I'm requesting.
Thank you.
I appreciate the fact that you brought us an alternative and that you did provide that salary survey.
Yeah, real quickly, Mary, I want to address that too, because I asked that question and I sent the email to everybody, but for anybody watching online. So we had two surveys that we had data that didn't match, and I was confused by why that data didn't match because it was the same entity that did both surveys. The survey that was completed for the Prosecuting Attorney Association was salary data for all 92 counties, just simple average of all 92 counties. The survey that was done for Clinton County was a more limited survey that had surrounding counties and then other counties our size of our tax base. And then further refining that, they threw out the top 20% and the bottom 20% and, to be potential outliers, and then went with that center. So that's why we had the discrepancy in the numbers. And I just wanted to be transparent about why that was, because I didn't know until I followed up and asked that question. So both surveys completely valid with their methodologies, just different methodologies.
I just done some quick math here too, and, Tony, no offense or anything, but I come up with an overall increase of 2.6% by taking this 1 to 0 from what his budget was last year, or this year. So it's
I was only looking at the salary numbers when
I looked at the overall budget.
Yeah.
Is what I looked at.
so I was just talking in the personal services line.
Okay, I ran the numbers on the whole
Yeah, so,
bottom line.
I mean,
Just the ones in '01.
Yeah, but I ran the whole overall budget.
Right.
I'm not going to claim to be a math wizard. I usually can add, subtract, multiply, and divide.
So
Okay.
I feel like while we've got Tony here, do we care to make a decision on this? Does anybody have a strong opinion?
No, I would just like to ask, Tony, so right now, this works with this person being gone,
It does.
but what happens when the workload changes and now everybody is kind of tired of working?
Well, the workload does change over time. And my thought is, first of all, that one of the paralegals is new to being a
You okay with
paralegal.
that? No, I mean,
The other
you
has a few years of
propose something
experience
like
at
that.
this point. The office manager is new to being an office manager in addition to continuing with paralegal responsibilities. Over time, they're only going to grow in their abilities in those
How
positions.
are we going to change?
And that should give them the capacity to handle increased workload, which I expect will happen again at some point in the future. It's always been cyclical.
Think about
The
it.
caseload ranges from, 1,000 cases a year to, we've had as many as, almost 1,500 cases in a year. So there's a lot of variation. What I've seen as far as the factors that most influence that are changes in personnel at the police agencies. When they add new police officers, the number of arrests increase dramatically. Until those officers get mired down in training responsibilities and court responsibilities from the arrests they made a year ago, 2 years ago, and slows them down. When they're brand-new officers and still wanting to get out there and stop everything that moves and arrest every offense they see, then, that increases the numbers when there's a bunch of new, police personnel on the street, especially at the patrol level. And then those numbers decline over time. Economic conditions, weather conditions also have impacts over time. But the most significant impact I've seen in my 18 going on 19 years is whether or not the police departments have hired new police officers.
Okay.
I think this is a really hard, it's a hard ask trying to keep everybody equal for the thing, and
Well, there's that. And I know that asking for non-standard pay increases for staff in my office, then puts us in a position, well, what about other
Exactly.
requests that are coming before the council for non-standard? And I would tell you that I appreciate that the council has gone to relying upon having a job classification committee, going through a rigorous process of trying to evaluate positions and trying to set pay based on what the jobs actually are. And I think that that's your best guidance. I have tried to follow that process because I believe that provides you with the information you need to make a good decision.
Were you talking about relative to other departments, or were you talking about relative to people within the same? Like, for instance, on the deputy prosecutors, they're all going to the same level,
they're
but
all
they're
going-
starting from different points. So
They are.
so-
Right.
They have different levels of experience.
Like, for instance, the new person, who I know and I like very much,
Mhm.
I'm happy that you're happy with him, but you're asking for a huge amount to take him to the same as the others.
Well, he's presently paid the same amount as the others. They're all paid the same. They're all paid 83.5 because that's what came out of the salary
That's not
survey
the
for
nu-
deputy
That's not the number
prosecutors.
that's showing on,
Okay, well, there was a part-time deputy that was paid at like 50,000 a year. That's when we moved.
Yeah.
The prior deputy, Stephanie Smith, had gone down to half-time before she finally went to full retirement.
Yeah,
So
the-
right now, the pay for my deputy prosecutors is all exactly the same.
83,574, okay.
Yeah.
The number I'm looking at was 7304, which is
Different.
different.
Yeah, that's not what the present pay
That was a
is.
$20,000 increase.
It would be, but right now, they're all on the same pay.
Okay,
Okay, that helps.
If it were
that eases my mind.
If it were mine alone to address, I would like to see something that's like a 10-year step process built in, but the county has not done that in any of its jobs. And so presently, if they're doing the work, then they get the pay that's been assigned out of the classification. for
And
that.
as you said, two of the paralegals, the paralegal positions that,
Mhm.
paralegal positions that would increase by $11,000, those are current paralegals.
Those are
positions
current
that are
paralegals?
filled.
They are filled.
Okay.
One of them is one of the newest, and the other one is next to newest in terms of where their pay is presently.
Okay.
Okay?
And is
But
that-
otherwise, their seniority with the county, the one that's next to newest is like months different from the higher paid position.
Okay,
But the higher paid position also had more than 5 years of outside law office experience before coming to work here. So that would be the experience difference. And I don't mean to ignore it. I mean, presently what the county has implemented is the longevity pay system. So that's what accounts for
the differences.
a different years of service.
Right.
I'm just saying if it were mine to do, I would build a step system
Yeah.
that would take them over 10 years and move them
Yes.
up.
Well, from my perspective, what's unique about the paralegal position is that we've gone through the committee, we revised the job descriptions, we did all that, and so it's like, it's the appropriate time and place to reset the salary to match that adjustment. It's not just that we're just picking a position and deciding to give it a bigger raise. Am I looking at that wrong, committee members? Or-
I understand what you're saying. I would like to not make this decision right this minute, and I'd like us to finish, or looking at the whole
Okay.
budget. That's just me, but I'm just one person of 7.
I would agree.
I mean, I think Tony has been very reasonable in his explanation, and I think we all understand it very well, and I'm not saying no to it. I'm just saying, let's finish out the whole budget process and see
That's fair enough.
where we are.
I'll say for the record, but before we move on, I'm comfortable with this, but,
Okay, that's fine.
but open to discussion.
Okay.
So any other questions? I mean, that was the bulk of the changes there
I
on.
tried to drill down on all the things that were different from what was before or that was non-standard, and I think I've covered those at
Yeah.
this point in my prosecutor budget.
Right, so we do have the
4D.
4D budget, if you'll flip the page.
And in this budget, you're also asking for the deputy prosecutor to be bumped up.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So that would be the non-standard portion of that budget, is the deputy prosecutor, seeking to keep that deputy prosecutor pay at the same level as the other deputy prosecutors in the office. My child support deputy prosecutor, is very experienced attorney, just went to full-time as a child support deputy prosecutor last year. That is working very well in terms of his availability for child support hearings in the courts. Gives the courts more flexibility to set those hearings rather than having to trying to block schedule them and limit his time coming over to handle those hearings. At the time that he went to full-time, based on the salary survey, that salary was set the same as other deputy prosecutors. He could have gone to work for another county at $14,000 more a year.
And is the workload about the same amount of hours as the ones
It's
in your
full-time,
office?
yes.
Yeah.
There isn't a difference in that regard. The difference is in the nature of the work. You don't have jury trials on child support matters. You just have lots of hearing and tracking cases in order to try to enforce child support obligations.
And there's a separate investigator for this.
I do have a separate investigator in my child support. That was a position that was added 2-3 years ago now, at my request. And that investigator is paid similarly to the investigator on the criminal side. Helps tracking down people who are behind on their support obligations and trying to evade their responsibilities. That's been a very effective addition in the child support office. And as with all of the budget in the child support, not just the personal services, but all of it, it is eligible for 66 cent on the dollar reimbursement from the state. And so as you look at that budget, the county spends that money initially, but then gets 66 cents on the dollar back from the state for child support enforcement.
Great, thank you. And the, oh, this, never mind. It's your next budget. I have another question.
Yeah, that budget, I think otherwise is pretty.
Otherwise, I
pretty
just proposed
straightforward.
2.5% increases on the other positions.
Then if you'll flip, there's two more budgets, I guess. Prosecutor Victim Services budget.
That's my victim advocate and the victim advocate assistant, and it's a rather limited budget. The county share of that budget continues to increase as federal grant monies that help support victim advocacy continue to decline. And so under the circumstances as part of the job classification and salary increases, one of the largest salary increases in my budget out of that process was for the victim advocate. And with regard to that increase had to be supported on county general. It wasn't supported in the grant process. And so as we continue forward on that, at the time that I proposed this budget, I was simply trying to target a 2.5% increase for those positions as well. But understand the grant cycles are different than the county's budgeting cycle. And we just got back award notice on one of the two grants that helped support that activity. And the dollar amount was $1,000 less than what it was last year. And so although I was trying to target a 2.5%, right now it looks like we're going down to maybe a 1% increase on what I proposed under this budget. Just letting you know that. I'm not seeking to necessarily adjust that right now. We will try to adjust it as we go forward in the grant process in subsequent years because we are constantly chasing this moving target.
Right.
Because of one of the federal grants is a 2-year cycle, one of them is a 1-year cycle, and they're on the federal fiscal year cycle.
Right.
So September is when their cycle is geared to.
When I was looking
Different.
at it, it just looked like those wages were a little low.
Well, it looks low on here because that's only a portion of the wages.
Okay.
One of the positions is the victim advocate is supported by both a victim's assistance grant and a stop grant for domestic violence. And then the assistant position is just on the VOCA, the
We're just
Victims
seeing-
of Crimes.
We're just seeing the, from the
grant.
general fund.
So you're only seeing the county money in
That's
this proposal.
That's fine.
You're not seeing the additional federal grant dollars that support that part of my office.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on that one? That was a good explanation. And then lastly, infraction deferral program, always a smaller budget, but can be impactful for those that receive funds.
It can be impactful, and on the present proposal, my proposal was to appropriate only what was in the fund at the time I was submitting the budget, in other words, based on money on hand. And so that particular proposal is 7,000. I think that's a little lower than the last year, which was 11,000. But that's based on what money is in the fund. Deferral monies come from when tickets are issued by police departments. I offer a deferral program. Someone can go into the program, not get another ticket for a year, and then we will dismiss the ticket that was issued against them. I have limitations on who can participate in that program based on a number of policy concerns and also legal considerations. Some people just aren't eligible to participate in the deferral program, such as commercially licensed drivers are not eligible to participate. The money then that's from that program goes into the deferral fund, which is available to my office then for law enforcement equipment, law enforcement training. We have paid for a number of items for police departments over the years, things that otherwise I've been left with the impression they wouldn't have been able to do. Some of the marshal departments are wearing body-worn cameras, have cameras in their police vehicles because of the deferral fund. We've done some of these camera systems that are available in law enforcement now that are stationary cameras positioned in the county that help to track traffic. They're a license plate reader kind of a system, and so when alerts are put out or there's somebody that's a wanted person, it will pick up on those, and it sends alerts to law enforcement so that they can find those vehicles. And so we've paid for or helped to pay for assisted police agencies in a number of such purchases over the years. I haven't sat down to add it all up, but hundreds of thousands of dollars
Thank you.
over the years. But right now, all that I have on hand to appropriate is 7,000, so that's all the request is. As the money comes in and the fund builds back up, I submit additional appropriation requests to the county in order to move forward and spend the funds that are there and available.
Okay. Are you available to come back down later if we need you?
Yes, certainly.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time this morning.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
the council's consideration.
Everybody okay? Anybody need a break real quick? We don't have, well, we have Rick. We could go to the highway.
He's the next on our
Is
list.
he? Okay. Rick, are you ready? We'll go highway, which is tab 14. Our first budget, Rick, in the book is the 1173 MVH restricted budget. Kind of the same drill as always. Anything, just discuss anything you feel like you want to draw particular attention, our attention to, or that might deserve a little additional explanation.
I would just have a question. My community crossings, I usually put 500,000 in there, and it says 0 for requested.
There's top,
First page at the top.
Yeah.
top.
So,
You're saying it shouldn't be 0?
yeah, are you saying you want it to be 0, or are you saying it's at 0 in error and we need
It
to put
says, it says requested 0, and I requested 500,000.
Oh, and you were,
That's in your specific
Okay.
grant fund.
Okay.
Was it 9121?
Yeah, there's a line item for,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, that's completely separate.
Okay.
And
So
that's one of the funds that I put in
Okay.
January 1st.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
unless, just to be clear, are we talking about the local match dollars though?
That's what it says.
It's our portion.
So wouldn't that have to be in one of our,
It says matching.
it wouldn't be in a grant?
It says grant matching funds. Get a cup of coffee. I'll use that.
Sure.
she's looking.
Sure. Rick, you said 500,000.
Yes,
We wouldn't need that much, would we, given the
No.
maximum amount that we can apply for and the,
no, but if I go over, right, I can take it out.
oh,
there.
you mean if we go over the, I see what
Yeah.
you're saying, if the project is more than the,
This round, they're only, it's only $1 million, but it's only gonna cost us 20%.
okay.
So
So
I,
you're saying that would allow us to go to a project that was 1.3
yes,
because we'd have the other 300,000? Got it. Got it.
okay?
Okay. Fund balance in that fund is 3.3 million, so we're sitting in pretty good shape there.
So it needs to be there?
Well, I understand what he's saying, and I think what Janet is talking about is the money that we get from the state part going into that. But we've still got to come up with local money for the match.
Yeah, yeah, I know, I'm looking, I mean, it's not on here, so. 500,000 is on the 9/1.
Jesus, are all
Okay.
It looked like last year it was 137.
You have your Form 1, because the Form 1 that I have doesn't have that on there.
Trying to get the papers to set up here.
Yeah, and that's 9121. Yeah, it's in the other fund, so yeah, yeah,
We're on 1173.
yeah, you're good.
You confused me, I guess, because you said the other fund was a grant?
It's the
This,
community crossing.
well, it's not grant, but like when the community crossing money comes in, it goes into this 9121.
Right, so, but so we have to come up with a local match to that money.
And that's what he's
And so-
budgeted $500,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we are putting that in there, that's what I guess,
Yes.
yes, okay.
Yes.
Just wanted, that's what I thought, just wanted to double check,
And it,
so.
and it for sure will come from, is it the difference between restricted and non-restricted? Is that the difference of where the money's coming from?
No, it's just, this is the community crossing.
This is its own fund.
It's its own fund.
Okay,
It's not
Yeah, it's not
1173
part
or
of-
1176.
That's the money we get from the state.
Yeah.
well, I
But,
just see all the other years he had a budget, so
so,
Well, we are putting it in here.
but if that's.
So that's
the-
it'll
zero-
be an
that-
additional.
Yeah, we'll have to
Okay.
additional it in
Okay.
January, because it wasn't
Okay,
advertised.
so do not add, don't add the.
Well, go ahead and
That's
put it in
added.
your budget book so that you have a record.
It's in a completely different fund. It's in 9121.
Okay,
This
so
500,000.
We just haven't gotten to that yet.
He's not, he's saying, it's.
We don't really put that in the budget book. It just gets put in January.
Because it's not one of the budgets that's in Gateway.
So the
I still think
amounts
we're
that
talking
were.
about different monies, though.
Yeah,
So that's what comes from the state.
So we
Then
get $1
where-
million.
Where do we have the money for the county portion?
That's this.
Yeah.
That's where he's saying we need the 500,000 in restricted.
So it says grant matching fund, so.
So if he gets
The
$1 million,
first one says.
and it makes sense to be restricted.
yes.
Mhm.
So,
But there's nothing for that one on there. is there?
right, we're saying we're gonna put it in here and we'll have to additional appropriate it in January
Yeah.
because we didn't get it advertised.
So
That's the way
how
I-
much do you need on the other side? If the community crossings is the one that she has, it's totally, it's money we get from the state. How much do you need for our side?
Our portion, 20%, whatever 20% of that is, whatever
Okay.
20% of 1,000, of $1 million is.
Okay.
So what he was trying to say was, is though, if the project he submits ends up being $1.3 million, we'll get 800,000 from the state, we have a $200,000 match, and he needs that other 300,000. So he was asking for 500 so that we had enough to do that project. And I assume we kind of already have an idea of what the project is and maybe roughly what it'll cost.
Right.
Yeah,
And if I have an overrun, then I've got money set aside for it.
yeah. So I see what he's saying. You see
I
what he's,
do, but I'm still unsure as to, I still think that this is that portion that you had in your folder, is that for the county portion? Or is that where it gets receipted into when we get it from the state? That's our portion, isn't it?
That's the way I took it. I
But-
mean,
well, Britt, we've got an appropriation for every other year, so we clearly have been taking our local match out of here before. So it seems like this is the right place.
let me go run some.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have
You
to.
guys move on.
Okay.
And I'll run some reports on these lines and this other fund.
Okay. So Rick, everything else in that budget, with the exception of the very last item, which is the bituminous, everything else is a person, is a driver, so it's all salary oriented.
Yes.
And looking
Yes.
at our page, you had requested 5%, correct?
Is it 5%?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what our chart shows here.
okay, I'll take it.
Okay. And you're showing a pretty good increase in the bituminous for next year, so you must have a big schedule.
I didn't have enough stone to spread all my roads, and I couldn't get stone.
Okay.
All that stone's going to that crap in Lebanon,
Oh, yeah.
and they don't want to talk to me. I can't even get nines from Delphi anymore. If I want nines, I have to go clear to Monon to get them, and I'm not going to Monon. And so all my nines come out of Logan Sport right now, and 29 from 218 to Logan Sport's been tore up all summer.
Yeah.
So it's been really tough getting stone. I didn't get enough stone hauled in to make my pug. I only made 61,000 ton instead of 70,000 ton, because I didn't have enough.
So next year is higher to kind of,
And
Pick up
it
the
just
pace.
keeps going up. To spread a gravel road with stone, that's 15 tons of nines, and that's $300 a load. You need to put 6 loads on a mile of road. So
Wow.
it's ridiculously expensive. And I've got my guys carrying their plows in the wintertime instead of scraping the roads, because I don't want to plow that stone off.
that's right.
So,
Well, they've been doing, as somebody who lives on a gravel road, or has a farm on the gravel road, they've been doing a great job. I mean, I
well,
felt like our,
and that's hard
Yeah,
to do.
yeah.
And you got a truck that's bouncing
Yeah.
also,
but I mean,
or you got a road that's soft in one spot and froze in another.
yeah.
So,
Okay. Any other questions about the restricted budget? We'll get Janet to get back with us on that first item, but everything else is more or less salaries, except for the bituminous that Rick talked about. Let's flip pages, if there's no questions, to MVH unrestricted. The highway administration 530 budget.
I guess I do have just one question on the 5% raises. Was there something that you based that on, like a survey of what other,
what was it, the raises?
the raises, the 5%?
We're on call all the 24 hours a day in the wintertime. We're out in all kinds of conditions, and the guys do a good job, and I think they need to be rewarded. Plus, we had the big pay increase last year, and that helped me a lot in hiring new people, because I got applications now. So I need to take care of my people that I got, so we can keep the good ones and weed the bad ones out. I mean, the truck's almost $300,000 now, and you can't just put anybody in that truck.
Yeah.
So I need good people.
I didn't really have anything highlighted that I thought jumped out. Anybody else see anything
No,
they wanted to
Are all
ask?
your positions full, Rick?
Right now we are, yes.
Good.
We're all getting older. There's a lot of us that are about ready. So one of these days there's going to be a lot of turnover. I know of one guy that's leaving next spring. So
Okay. So one for
that's
sure.
just going to be the start of it.
Right. Yeah, I saw that your longevity number is high, so that means you have people who have been with you for a long time.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Well, let's continue to flip through the pages and look at the wheel tax budget. Again, a little bit of an increase in that stone oil and bituminous, which Rick has kind of already spoken to. Everything else is similar to
Pretty straightforward.
prior year. Okay.
Yep.
How did we fare budget-wise through last year's winter? As far as, you had plenty of ice control and things like that, sand?
Yes. I always keep my salt barn and my salt and sand barn full. They're always full at the end of the year. At the end of the season, I get them all filled back up.
Okay.
We did I guess the only thing I'd want to point out to you as just a heads up would be, we did a additional appropriation earlier in the year from this account for a pretty good chunk. I can't remember if it was stone or oil or bituminous, one of that, but we did an appropriation earlier. So your fund balance is that fund balance was down to 284,000. So
Yes.
just be aware.
I know,
It's
yes.
getting a little closer to need to start monitoring that.
Right.
And I don't say that critically. I want to use that money for the roads. So we don't need to have a big balance in there, but just don't want to get overboard. Okay, local road and street. That's where we get a lot of our equipment. So we've got several lease payments in there. And I think maybe the big thing is down there towards the bottom, you have a couple of new requests. Rick, you might speak to those, the tractors and the tandem truck.
I asked for 2 new tractors because these tractors today, they're not your grandfather's tractors. They don't last forever.
Yeah.
So I guess I had to put, even though they look good, they're wore out.
Yeah. What, didn't you tell me they were like 10,000 hours?
Yeah, they got
Yeah,
10,000
that's-
hours there, and I've had to replace 2 of the IT transmissions, and that's $63,000. And if you look in the Trader magazine for tractors, that's all the tractor was worth.
Yeah.
So
Right, a lot of hours.
A 10,000 hour tractor is like a 500,000 mile car. I mean,
Okay.
it has we've gotten our money's worth out of it.
Okay.
And I have one dump truck. It's been a really good dump truck, but it's wore out now, and I need to get rid of it. And this summer, we have all good trucks now. We don't have trucks you don't want to drive. This summer when we chip sealed, we got 11 dump trucks out there, and we had a truck on the chip box all the time. They never waited on stone.
Do we get that truck that you want to replace that you say is worn out? Does it still have any value for trade
Oh,
or
yes,
sale?
it's still good. We're using it right now. We're not using it today. It had a strap on the fuel tank that broke, and we had to fix that, so,
But
but
I mean, would you get rid of that one, or would it become a backup, or what would happen?
I have to get rid of it because I don't have any more room.
Okay.
But it'd make a good trade-in.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions there? Okay, is that it?
The more I
Nope.
think about it, I think that the other grant, or the other fund is where we use our match from.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think we're fine.
Just looking at from that history, that's what makes
Yes, I
me,
think we're fine. Janet can confirm it, but I think we're good.
so that leaves, Cume Bridge. That's the final budget in the highway tab. Do we have any current federal project bridges going?
Bridge 51.
51?
We just
Okay.
got that one. That's Mulberry Jefferson Road in between 600 West and 700 West. We just got one, and I put in a request for two more for 26.
So the big number here is on Bridge 21 for 200,000, so is
They
that,
should be starting that one anytime.
Where
Okay.
is that one?
yeah, where's that one?
It's on 750 North in between 600 West and 500 West.
Okay.
It's always good to know where we're spending money when people say, people
Yeah.
ask about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Rick, what's the total number of bridges in the county that you're responsible for? What's the total?
161, I believe.
61?
161. The bridges in town are ours too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's not a real big budget to take care of 161 bridges, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
That's a challenge.
And when there's federal aid, you better jump on it.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So going back to that first one, and I know we don't have Janet back, but kind of even just based off of Britt's comment there, I think we go ahead and put that 500,000 in that top line per Rick's request, and
No. It's in a separate fund. It's in a separate fund. It doesn't go in this.
She's saying
It doesn't go in the budget book. It gets additional appropriated at the beginning
I have
of the
to-
year.
I have to ask for it
It's in-
when I'm ready for it.
He has to ask for it,
Yeah.
so it's in 9121, a whole different fund.
so where does the money from 9121 come from that we'd be appropriating at that time?
We budget it from there. That is how we've always, I think, done it. She'll confirm it, but,
I'm having trouble grasping how the local match doesn't come from a local fund.
well,
You know what I mean?
mhm.
And why we show that
The one at
matching,
the top,
the matching grant in 23, 24, and 25.
he doesn't, if you look, it's not on his Form 1.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look on the Form 1, it's not there. He's done it out of a different fund.
Well, regardless, we've got to do it in January
We
because
do.
we didn't advertise it. So, and we'll know the number then. So I have no problem waiting. I was just trying to understand the logic of how the grant fund could be the source of the local match.
I don't think it's a grant fund. She was speaking of the Community Crossings grant. We call it a grant.
So I took it to be that was the money, that was the fund that when the state money got sent to us, that's the fund it went into.
I don't know that it does. We'll have to look.
Okay.
Do you know the answer to which fund it is? I
I
can't
don't,
remember.
I don't know. I just,
Yeah, we've got way too many funds to remember all of them.
yeah. I have to ask for it when
Well,
when it
It's
comes
not like we haven't
available,
done
it
this
always-
before, so
I know.
we'll do it in
The
January.
once a year thing
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah. I guess be advised that we intend to apply for the Community Crossings grant again, and if funded, we'll have a 20% match.
Yes.
And we'll have to fund that, and I think this council is comfortable funding that 20% to get the 100%.
Right,
And
right.
so we'll deal with it in January when we know the numbers. Hopefully, we get the million and keep our streak intact. So
Yeah.
we've got quite a streak going of always getting the
Yes.
max, so.
I'm already working on that.
So,
Thanks,
okay, thank you, Rick.
Thank
Great
you.
job.
Commissioner Myers.
I just wanted to, I've done this before, so I just, and I know you've heard this before, Alan, I just want to remind you, we know what Senate Bill 1 is doing to our budget and everything, but that has no effect on MVH and the raises. They're competing against not just counties the same size as ours, but neighboring counties and the city for truck drivers and equipment operators. So I think it's very important that, you really consider that 5%.
That's why I was asking him, did he have data? What those truck drivers, what other truck drivers were making, just kind of what Tony did. Tony brought in, he showed us that, he needed a larger increase. So that was just my question, We have,
We can get that information.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
to just, because if we're gonna give that department 5%, every department feels like they are the most important. But that's just, and every department head, I understand that they feel that way, and they should, because their employees should be that important to them. But it's hard to justify giving one department a large increase and then not giving every department. Does that make sense? Unless you have some data to back that up.
Okay, and we can get that, but again, my point was that you could cut it to 2%, and it's not going to help the county overall with the cut property taxes. This is totally funded from gas tax.
This money comes from someplace else.
Yes.
Sure, yes,
So
thank
that
you.
was my point.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin and I have had this discussion since at least 2007, when I started on the council, because I totally, what he says makes perfect and total sense, but I feel like we have to, I've always felt like we had to consider the employee base as a whole, and if you start treating one group differently than the other just because of their funding source, then we're gonna get into really wacky stuff.
I was just going to say that.
So,
Yes.
but I totally understand and
Yes.
respect what he's saying. It makes perfect sense. So, just to throw my viewpoint out on it. I need to take a break real quick. Let's have a quick stretch.
Yep.
I'm gonna get out and readjust.
All that coffee.
Oops.
My kid was that bad.
Good morning.
Good morning. How is everyone this morning?
Good.
Moving along.
Cross-eyed from looking at numbers.
But you're really moving, I mean, really, when I saw the adjusted timeline on today's plan, I thought we would be maybe pushing even lunch. So very happy to get this
Okay.
done sooner than later.
Well, I'll give all the credit to the department heads who've submitted really good budgets. It's made our job easy so far, so. In our books, the first one we have is the 1159
Okay.
budget to help give you direction there.
Absolutely. Yesterday, I provided you with a, what is a PowerPoint, and I can share that electronically as well if you want. Tim already has that. But I want to kind of just talk a little bit first about how our funds are put together. On the first page of your PowerPoint, you can see.
Do you happen to
your
have an
handout.
extra copy with you?
I sure do.
I inadvertently took mine home and
That's okay.
didn't bring it back.
I do have multiple.
No, wait a minute, there it is right here. It was hidden, it was buried. I'm sorry.
So on that very first page, it's just a little bit of a snapshot of really financially how the Board of Health is put together. We do have the county health fund, which is a variable, depending on what our tax draw, we know that's what you're dealing with today. We have also what's called 1161, which is our Health First Indiana, which is what we'll also be dealing with today. This is not a revertible fund, so that was one of the questions Mary had for me. This is what we call Health First Indiana. What they designate each year goes into a pot that you guys receive and Alan, this was a question you had for me. Last year it came on January the 2nd, whole sum. We don't
Okay.
request back and forth. They literally deliver that entire amount. I send them a budget to account for that then matches up, at the end of the year, I also send them back a reportable expenses so they can align. Anything that's left in those buckets then becomes a carryover bucket, which I then again get to draw from. And so we do have buckets of Health First Indiana. I have 2024, which is part of what you'll be seeing today and how we made up your fund for 1161. And also the 2025, we don't know where we'll come out yet. And honestly, I can't tell you I have the perspective yet. I mean, we know there'll be carryover. Obviously, they dumped a very, very large sum with us, which we are very grateful for. We've made a lot of great use out of that. I think we've seen a lot of health department growth from that. But what's actually left over, I can't say yet. It will be what we draw from in future years.
Okay.
The other ones listed below that, 1206 is what we call the LHDTA, what used to be part of our funding, the trust account. It was kind of a dormant fund previously. Because of this year's budget cuts, we will be drawing from that. That is already funded. It is something, again, that I just send a request to the state. I can dip into it as many times as I need to for the year. I give them an accountability of what we're looking for. I bring you a budget to approve and appropriate, and then the whole thing comes together. So that process is also happening for today's budget. 1168 is, I didn't fill out the name of that one. Yeah, that's local health maintenance fund. Oh, I know why. That one actually was a very small, kind of leftover carry out that we'll be finishing out this year. So am I correct, Deanna, that will? We're using it up this year. Yes, we'll use that up this year, so now we'll be able to take that guy completely out of the line.
Okay.
The other two, which I do have budgets on, but I don't believe we'll deal with those, Janet, is that right? Not until January, but they are prepared, and they also help support what we're doing today, because a lot of things that came out of our October budgeting process, we had to shift to our immunization budgets to kind of help balance our program. So a little bit on that. Are there any questions on those funds there before I kind of walk you through the very first one that talks about what changed in 1159? Okay.
No.
So on the very,
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate that high level.
yeah. On the next page, you're going to see what I'm calling our bucket of budgets. I really needed a good visual way to help explain to my board and to also just ourselves, like what bucket everything comes out of. Fund 1159 is our health fund that we run through the county. You can see what we have requested is $685,000, $283. I would like to point out that that is $2,000 less than we asked for last year. So knowing that my Health First budget took a 75% cut, it was really important to me to not place all that burden on the county, knowing what everybody else is going through. I'm sure you'll have questions in my 1159. I will point out that I still didn't get that decrease out of there, sorry. So we did decrease $2,000. We moved significant amount of money out of the county budget to places like our immunization and to where we could in Health First, along with an upcoming grant we have coming from Public Health Awareness Planning, or Emergency Planning. So balancing all that together. Changes, let's see here. I think I have an old copy of what you guys are looking at. I do. Deanna, do you have yours? Can I switch to PowerPoint? It's kind of similar, but not exactly. Okay, there we go. That looks better. Are there questions? It kind of is self-explanatory, I hope, about what changed. Can you? I'm going to pull up my other PowerPoint. What I would say about the 1159. So officially, we came in $2,082 under last year's appropriation. Despite the challenges that we had with this large cut coming, we did not lose any FTE in my proposed budget. That was very important for us to maintain our team. We did hold our increases overall at 3.5%. In terms of cost of living. Obviously, I understand that will depend on where the council determines to put everybody at. I heard of some coming higher, I heard of some coming lower. I went for mid-range and figured I will sit there safely until you tell me where to go with that. I do certainly feel that our staff, dealing with today's cost of living, that everybody, in order to not be losing money, deserve recognition of the change of our environment and cost. We also worked on realigning lead positions from HFI, such as my own position for administrator was placed over in that very, what could be volatile, seen as a volatile account. And so it's a very, to me, important that we secure key positions for the county in the county budget. So you have that control. We are still carrying the benefit and longevity burdens, which I understand. It's taking money from the right pocket and putting it in the left pocket. So certainly willing to do that. Again, that is kind of guided by what you dictate to us as far as our charges. But this also, one change you will notice, we have an open door clinic line. That last year moved everything open door over to Health First, which would sound like a great place to keep it. I think we hopefully know that open door is critical to our community. That funding, because it is not a revenue generating facility, that part of our role is to create that budget for them. Health First did change their rules this year. July 1st, we are now mandated by law to only provide services to clients who have legal documentation of their presentation. And so if you are homeless without insurance, if you are passing through, maybe as a migrant or any other circumstance, even just a traveler, if you don't have the proper visa with you, I cannot use Health First money to take care of you. That's a problem, because healthcare doesn't really have boundaries.
That's right.
One of our primary roles is to protect this community. And if I have to select who I can and can't treat, then I'm not protecting anybody. And so we felt it very important that we maintain that ability for the county to have Health First, or to have Open Door Clinic. What we did is we split the funding for Open Door Clinic. So we still have 50% of that coming from our Health First Indiana money, but I put the other 50% back in our county budget, again, without increasing my overall county burden to ensure that if we are audited for that purpose, we can say, yes, these monies, this TB treatment, was not utilized out of what has now been restricted funding for that purpose. So that is the reason why that is there. We didn't change the funding for Open Door Clinic at all. I just needed to split it so I could say which pocket was paying it, for this particular year. I also have listed on our bucket of budgets how much in 24 we received. My accounts received was $444,000 that come into the county. Year to date, so far on 25, we are at $251,000, which is a little behind, although I would have a good guess. I feel fairly confident in my short time here that income flow is probably seasonal. And we are about to hit busy season for the health department. Flu vaccines, we will be giving COVID vaccines. We just got our first 10 injections in, and 7 of those are already spoken for. So once we start billing that to insurances and Medicaid and VaxCare, the people who pay us for that service, we'll see that income go up for the year. We began our year for 1159 with a balance of $801,000, almost $802,000. Other changes so I feel comfortable with our current presentation. Basic capital things that we moved, we took out the $50,000 for the vehicle. We have that, thank you very much, it is being put to use. Also, we did take out the building fund currently, since that is not something I would have just put up the higher amount on the county, trying to be aware of that. We lowered our cost and supplies, mileage, autopsies, advertising, and repairs. Those are all things we shifted to other areas. And also, we used to split the office rent between Health First Indiana and county. I would rather see that as one line item so we can really understand what we're paying for our office rent.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay,
Okay.
got lines for me? Areas you want to talk about on 1159?
Yeah, I've been kind of mainly looking at the PowerPoint, but if you switch over and look quickly at the actual budget line items in our book,
Absolutely.
I think she's covered most of the things that we would have probably highlighted. I guess I want to maybe bring up to you to discuss, now that you've had several months in the job, the administrator salary position, as we start thinking past the interim period.
Yes.
What your thoughts are, and
So I can tell you my thoughts are, and I would love to have already made a proposal in what you're looking at right now to say, here is what I believe administrator role requires for the health department. I do believe, I understand the salary survey that was held. That makes sense to me. I'm used to that in terms of market band. We are very much at the low end of that in terms of the health administrator position. I will also say, knowing from where the position was to where it was reset was a $14,000 drop. So trying to advertise a position that you're going to pay somebody with higher qualifications for to come in and do at $14,000 less, I do not believe is realistic. At the same time, where we are currently at in the interim
Can I
process.
interrupt?
Yes.
Do you mean that you don't think that you would get applicants, or you don't think you would get quality applicants?
I don't think you would get the applicants, if you're looking for the service I'm currently providing you, and again, I've always said to people, I don't have skin in the game, right? Whether I continue on to maybe apply for this position is really not, that's a decision that the council and the committees will make. It's not, for me to have said, hey, here's where I want you to set the salary at, to me would have been driven by my own desires.
Right.
So that's why I did not make those changes yet, because we weren't ready in the interim process to go there. In order to post the position, I think there will need to be some decisions made
Yeah.
about, you're asking a head of a department to be a mid-level person in your salary range. If you have a range that's high, mid, and low, I don't believe any department head, hopefully, is providing you mid service. I do think that that is one of your opportunities to increase I don't want to use the word caliber, because that sounds like that's a judgment word, and we would not be in the place we are today if it weren't for the caliber of people and the work and the dedication that has happened. There was a time that I'm sure many of you may remember where the health department was taking loans
Yeah.
out to operate every year. And we are now standing in one of the strongest positions in the county. So that needs recognized for some really great leadership. But where the health department needs to go now needs a different type of leadership than what we've had in the past. I do believe having a certified licensed medical professional as myself, if you're asking that level of person to come in, or even a high-level administrator, you're going to need to reset those sites a little bit. I would hope nobody feels that I have brought them a mid-salary performance. So that's really what I would say about that, without self-plugging myself. I think the other piece of it is, and we've had.
I asked the question.
You
so
did.
You don't hold back.
Okay. One other thing I'd like to point out, and I think you've heard this before. You're also, this position is something that you're looking for somebody who is probably older and experienced. I am already beyond that phase of one of the, I would say carrots that we have in the county. One of the benefits is a really great investment into retirement perfs. That takes 10 years to vest. I can tell you, at 10 years, I will be already at that phase where I'm no longer going to be probably looking at this position. So that isn't a bonus to me at all. In fact, it's a deduction, because the 11% that comes with that 10-year vesting, I will never get to see. And so I would like for you guys to consider how we get around that when you're trying to pull somebody who you know maybe still has, 8 years of service in them. What is that? Is there a waiver? Is there I would be much better off investing that myself than the fact that I won't actually, be here through that 10-year period, because I will have already reached my retirement period. Not to age myself, but.
Commissioner Weaver?
Yeah. Commissioner Weaver has a comment.
As she has said, I remember when we were borrowing money, robbing Peter to pay Paul, quite honestly, in that department. And the leadership that was there was a different classification as what we are now doing today. Her efforts, or the position's efforts, is much bigger than what we had quite some time ago. So to use the salary structure that we're talking about, needs to be higher to get qualified candidates for that position. And as you know, that department has raised their income, they've raised their responsibilities and duties to the community, working together with some other health organizations, which takes leadership that we can't do at a low level. So, regretfully, and I understand you guys' position, but I think this is a position we really need to give some consideration to as we go forward, because we just can't get by with mediocre position at this point in time. So I support what she's been saying, and seeing and dealing the different steps that we have now grown is, as you know, just tremendously different than what it used to be. Yeah. So,
Well, I appreciate those comments, and I would echo them. And that what I feel like we're doing this year is trying to look at those unique circumstances within that salary survey structure. And the unique circumstance to this one was that the salary survey was done in the pre-HFI era.
Yes.
And
Very
that
true.
Completely changed
Totally different.
the workload
right
and
now, what we want to do.
Yeah.
So that position needs to be looked at, and the job description even changed exactly what we're doing now and to go forward, rather than staying mediocre at the bottom of the bottom.
So what we did, just to refresh everybody's memory, is we had a salary for the previous administrator that came in above the midpoint. And so that position stayed where it was per our strategy last year, but when it became vacant, it reset to the midpoint. And that's why it was reduced. So,
Which is what we did for everybody
yeah,
across the
Yes.
board.
yeah.
And we can't do that in there has to be some exceptions. And this is one department that had exceptions. And quite honestly, the state and the state of Indiana are pushing health care, and they're pushing all of the other items in which, we need a qualified caliber person in that position, not what we've done in the past, so, you know, I appreciate it.
Hey, no, thank you, Bert, and I appreciate that, Commissioner. So I would say, you know, it's not even an exception, it's that we've pivoted, is what I would say. I would tell you, my staff certainly feel that pivot. They are working in new ways. They know that I'm still, I think I counted the other day, so I'm 65 days in what I've been doing. So it's hard to imagine that amount of work in that time frame, but we are pivoting. We're also just getting started. Sorry to hear that. Poor Deanna probably redid these budgets a million times for me as we redefined programs, looked for waste, looked for opportunity, and then also brought ourselves up to speed on things that we're doing differently, so we don't just cut off the end of the ham loaf, right?
Yeah, Melissa, I would just want to say that we are thrilled to have you in the interim position that you're in, and recognize that your skills would benefit us going forward. And that's why Ellen was asking the question, because we're trying to figure out where we need to go, what we need to do. And at the same time, we have this survey that we've been adhering to.
Yes.
And at the time, we did say that there would be some anomalies that we would have to look at along the way.
Yes.
So know that we really do appreciate all that you've done.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely. And like I said,
we
I
want
really.
you to be as forthcoming as you can be with what it takes for this position, because that's part of the interim position's job.
It is, and that is why it didn't get posted in here, because we weren't actually there yet.
Right.
But definitely a conversation that's critical now to have, because as I shared with you yesterday during our regular council, we are now nearing that point. Wrapping up the food vector position, that vacancy, that kind of puts the team back together. It means that we are getting all the areas that we're currently working on are actively going forward. Now comes, honestly, the real hard work of where we're going long-term. The partners you've heard us talk about, building those pages. Even though I've heard people say, oh, Health First Indiana is going to be going away. It readjusted, but this is how the state will continue to do healthcare. I've been in a lot of conversation and already in a lot of meetings with our state leaders about Health First as they try to figure out this, and this is critical. This stage in Health First is kind of a critical spot of us moving forward, showing our measures, adding our quality metrics, which is part of what I'm doing with the department. So I really feel like wherever we decide to pivot this position to, financially, we're prepared to do that. I have the name of Public Health Administrator. I am truly directing. We have a health executive officer. We need that person. We need our health officer. She is our medical professional. She is our MD that we function under. Because of healthcare licensing, you have to have a medical doctor who directs, and we are in daily conversation. But the reality of the workload is going to be this position, and this is going to be the face of your health department. So I'll leave that at that as you guys work forward.
I think there's enough support at the state. I don't think Health First would have been cut, but I don't think it would have been cut as drastically had it not been for that last minute forecast of their shortfall.
Correct.
So I think there is a potential for it to come back up.
We do too. One of the first things I heard was, they've cut our funding, the sky is falling. It is not. We are in good shape. I think the budgets before you will show you that. On 1159, again, the fact that we didn't have to overburden the county to continue our work, to not lose programs, to not lose people, to me was very important. And that, has been a big staple in what my work has been focused on the last few
I
weeks.
love how you've stepped up and participated with other department heads. I was in a commissioners meeting when there was someone here who needed septic tank information, and when that man left with his petition, you went into the hall to help him figure out what his next steps were.
Absolutely. Your health department is a resource center. We are here to give people the resources they need to maintain a healthy county, and not to get off track, because I see Alan's look on his face there. That does tell me that, to talk about the numbers. But yes, please know that in that short time, I've also reached out to the other department heads, Carol, on that matter, to say, how can we help you? We currently have a need for a gas mask in this county for SWAT team. Well, guess what? I have some air quality options, perhaps or at least work with our opioid retainment to help them get this. And so making those connections, I think, are very important. Working with PPE distribution, Renee was kind enough to pick up for us, but the state offered a bunch of PPE. I reached out to every other department head, city and county, to say, hey, I have access to this. What of it would you like? Because again, we can't work in silos.
Right.
So, okay.
Well, I wanted to bring that up because it is an important discussion. I would view this as sort of the tactical aspect of the job, and
Yep.
and what you were referencing is a strategic, longer-term look, and that setting that salary and getting that right person is the link. And so I just wanted to make sure it was on everybody's radar as one of the key issues we're going to have to decide.
Yes.
I think prior to budget adoption. So
I do believe our HR lead, Cecily Reffert, will have some additional input on that. If you would consult with her is where I would refer that to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's move on then, both on your presentation and in the budget, to the 1161.
Yep. 1161. Okay, so Health First Indiana. Again, this took a little bit of time to wrap my head around because we issue it to the state is when we opt in with a budget. I had them, that was done before I came in. They sent that back to me and what we had submitted for the opt-in, because again, we were in mid-leadership, we were at deadline, there was a lot going on in the health department at the time. What they returned back to me and what we had submitted at that time was literally one single line of an expense, and that was all salary. So all 193,000 was going straight to salary, which again, they were making a move to make sure we got opted in and that we saved staff. But obviously I couldn't run a program going forward to that. So that's why we have the change, and why you're seeing such a interesting budget as we divide out that 193,000 and then figure out how to grow it. So actually you're seeing 255,000, correct? Because we had to go dip into carryover from 2024's to really balance things out. What questions do you have in that to start with? I'll point you to the second page of your, well, technically your fourth page of your PowerPoint. Total Health First Indiana plan for next year is $255,000. Of that, we have been awarded $193,575.40 for this coming year. So how do I make up that difference? I do that by going to my 2024 carryover, which actually holds almost $87,000 in it. We used $61,000 to blend with the 193 in order to keep ourselves on track. In perspective, 2025, I think everybody knows, we received 724. Again, I do not know how much that carryover will be left. We are spending large chunks of that, even though you don't see it all out of the expenses yet. That is, again, a very large part of my charge in the interim, is to get that $150,000 grant money out the door. 2024, we only had 375, and so 255 still puts us under where we used to operate as Health First Indiana. What I wanted to do is make sure that we didn't have administrative positions in that money. We wanted to maintain the fact that the intent of this is to have seed money for our community health partners, so we continue to support organizations around us. That would be about, it's a $35,000 that is allocated to chronic health, tobacco prevention, trauma and injury, maternal child health. So those get broke out. Healthy Community does a lot of that work. Also, our Open Door Clinic, and then also community grants where we can. Currently, I've only funded my community grants additional on top of all that work at $5,000, because that was what was left in my budget at the end. That was the most I could scrape together. We do anticipate, we have heard, as many other departments, that at the end of the legislative cycle, if they are able to come back and boost this 193,000 up, that we will be seeing an additional appropriation. That did happen last year as well. At the tail end, they trickled a little bit more money in. I think, was it a couple thousand? If you look back on the Health First website, you'll see that we went from one allocation to a different higher budget, and that is why. So again, that additional monies will go for the things that we just could only earmark at this point. That allocation cut was 73% of the budget. We talked about the other things moving there as to what changed. KPI, Key Performance Indicators, is what KPI stands for. this is a big key factor and focus because we need to show the legislature what we are doing
Right.
and the effect it's having. That was the argument about why the funding was cut so deeply. Dr. Lindsay Weaver will be coming through our community. She will be actually joining us several times in the near future, who is your state health commissioner, to literally gather those stories and take them back to our legislation. Over in our carryover, under that yellow or that pink bucket, you're going to see the amount that we have divided out on both sides. So personnel cost, $186,000. That keeps my benefits together with the 2 FTEs who we added last year. That's our community health worker and also our lead program, both key positions for us. Community health worker does provide us translation services as well. I've heard Carol bring that up in the past about stipends. We have a full worker who is focused on aiding all areas of our departments, a very key part of our team, to be there as your community health worker. We also do have coming out of our carryover 2 part-time positions. That's our clerk and our archivist. Again, I felt a little more safe putting them in a carryover fund versus a staple fund. There is on a line item probably an unfilled position for intern, but you'll notice I didn't actually fund, like that we have no posting on that position. I don't want to lose the line item so that if down the road that becomes an option, we don't have to come back and start the process all over again.
Right.
We moved a lot of supplies over here. Services were our big draw also for $64,000. Again, at one point that had been zeroed out completely, but it's so important that we keep a lot of our services going. That allows us to do our refrigerator maintenance, our generator maintenance, miscellaneous supplies for clinics, billboards, things like that. I mentioned to you the budget's called 1206, which is down here, and that's the local health trust. A lot of the money that I could not take care of in Health First got redesignated over there. So again, instead of drawing off the county, we felt it was important to use our own reserves to continue the program. And capital, when you see a dollar on something, it literally just means, well, we would love to be putting this money towards a larger thing. We know that we just simply can't this time, and so it's just an earmark.
Okay.
Okay? Anyone to 1161 questions?
So one question. I assume that the grant program that was put in place with the large $700 and some thousand has been eliminated?
It has not been eliminated.
Okay,
It's what has $5,000 in it currently.
okay.
So that was what I heard first at the beginning. Well, obviously, we'll never do that again. Yes, the whole point, and Laura, we're fortunate to have Laura Archibald, who sits on the governor's commission for Health First of some of these issues. The goal is not to. Health First really focuses on community health partnership.
Right.
If we just take this funding and say, okay, they cut off our amount, and so therefore I'm going to keep it all to myself, and sorry about your luck, then those partnerships are going to die off. And that's not what we want. We want to continue to feed them, but we don't need to feed them as much. And it may be differently. Just because we have a health partnership doesn't mean it has to mean money. How do I give my services? How do I give my staff? How do I give my knowledge to those newly seeded partnerships? So this is really, and maybe it's just directing the narrative, but it's seed money, and now that's been planted. So now we're just going to lightly put on the fertilizer, right? That's my
I
prop.
appreciate that,
See,
yeah.
you're welcome.
That's great.
Okay. No, and I love the way you dipped into the 1206 and utilized the immunization funds. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. I know that we don't actually cover the other 2 budgets, and actually there's even another slot of budgets with our public health emergency planning, but the next pages are a little bit of how I'm supporting 1159 and 1161, that LHDTA I told you about. That beginning balance that we were sitting on is $130,000.
Yeah.
So again, it's a little hard to run around and say the sky's falling when you have that in a reserve. Now, we have worked very hard to build that up, and we don't know how long this drought is going to run, right, with the Health First money. That may need to survive. May need to survive off that for a very long time. So I really wanted to be more conservative. I only wanted to access a third of it. We are a little over that third. Maybe not. Yeah, we are. We're at right about 1/3, because this, at least I know, could still continue to fund us for 27 and 28 if we had to. But I would like to see it funding us in 2030 and 2035. So hopefully things will pick up. The carryover request is all ready to go in. I send the request to the county. Again, I can dip into this as many times as I need to. Or I send it to the state. Once they give me that green light, I send you guys the budget, you approve the budget, trying to make sure that all that is already ready to go. We're good for January 1. All your details are in what changed.
30015.
And the very last page is also our immunizations. And again, just showing, I really forced Deanna's hand on some of this with our immunizations, of how much we're bringing in.
Right.
And if it is for the clinic, and we used to take it out of our office supply or our 1159, I want to get it to its actual program so that I can measure the program and see, are my rates right? Do I need to increase charges? You know, are our fee schedule appropriate? Interesting that the state does not regulate
Which is not long.
the fee schedule for any of the health department services. We get to choose how much we charge for a birth certificate, a death certificate, a shot,
Minuscule.
anything else we're doing.
Yeah.
Much of that we are asked to do for the medical side for free. We have free pregnancy testing. We will be doing syphilis testing. We do STI testing, which is what formerly was known as sexually transmitted diseases, as sexually transmitted infections now, STIs. A lot of that we do as a service because the people who often need it or who may need it, if they're not going to a physician routinely, then that creates a gap in our healthcare. And so we're trying to stand in that gap for a lot of our citizens. With that said, I need to be able to say, you know, can we afford to have, you know, this position in immunizations? Am I charging enough? We do travel immunizations. You'll see my 4905 account, travel, we bring in over $22,000 just in giving shots that nobody else around us is giving. There are other opportunities we have going forward to even expand other services of healthcare. So that's just my bit on how I'm supporting all these other changes. It was a big change.
Yeah.
We went through a lot of erasers and pencils, but
So dialing back, oh, Joe, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yes.
On, let's see, 030015, autopsies.
yes.
Why do you autopsy?
Well, you'll see that the percentage that we used is 0 currently, correct? We have that line in there because Dr. Pearson is your health officer who signs for a death in the county that occurs without an attending physician. So there could be reasons that we would have to perform or request an autopsy.
An autopsy's $6,000 to $9,000.
Yes, we do not, we do not have enough money in that fund, and I agree. This was part of, if we actually need to go back, we'll have to go and find other funds to add to it. Deanna, how much did we say the coroner was gonna charge us, and, do you know?
The total we were given was $2,500 for an autopsy. I know Ronnie had called Ed.
Okay, so if we were working with the coroner here, so because we're fortunate to have a coroner who really has not charged us for any of the local autopsies, but that could be a potential at some point, and so I want to be sure that we preserve the line, even though we have not utilized it in a very long time.
I see it dropped from 25 to,
Really, to get anything squeezed into this, I squeezed out everything I could. And so if I could,
I just.
yep, that's
didn't
why.
know
Absolutely. And it's also, I mean, because I even wondered if we should even keep it. Or should we just, but there again, as soon as I take it out, we're going to have something come up, and then I'm going to be coming right back to you to say, okay, now give me a line for autopsies. Right now, I could do it by transfers if I needed to cover the deficit.
Good question, Joe.
Yeah.
Anything else? I appreciate the very detailed explanation and the logic behind the moves. That was very helpful. And, you know, this council's been very supportive the health department in the past, and
Yes.
we've enjoyed to see that journey from the dark days to where it is now, and
Yeah.
look forward to the pivot to the new direction.
I really feel like I said, we're just getting going, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You dropped your
No,
pen,
thank
you
you.
dropped your pen as well.
Yeah. I heard it hit.
Okay. Thank you, great report.
Okay, I think we're ready for EMS. Steven's smiling back there. I hope he's still smiling and
He's wanting an ambulance, that's,
that is tab number 10. We're getting there, everybody. Just a few more. We're almost there. All right, just to kind of set the stage to remind everybody, the EMS budget is split between two funds. The operational fund of the revenues that EMS generates is one fund, and then the tax revenue from the EMS income tax in the other. And so for the most part, a line item is split in half, 50-50. There are a couple of exceptions, but for the most part, that is what, if you take the line items in any one, it should match in the other. So Stephen, in our books, the first one is 1151, if that makes a difference to you, but,
That's where I'm at as well.
okay. And we do have the Form 1, which I believe, no, it's still the split as well. I didn't know if we had one that showed the whole budget before the split, but, so, anyway. I'll turn it over to you to direct our attention to wherever you would like us to look.
Okay. Well, let's just start at 1, huh?
Sure.
I would just acknowledge right away the assistant director line is probably going to have the most discussion. And so I would just say let's filter through everything first and then tackle that project at the end.
Okay.
So office manager, 2.5% raise, paramedic supervisor, paramedic EMTs, all 2% raises is what I've asked for. EMS part-time, kept them at the same rate moving into 2026. Holiday pay is plugged in. EMS overtime is set at 20,000. So 40,000 per budget, or for both budgets total. Reason being, as we look to finalize our expansion with those 3 additional positions, the need for overtime is likely going to dwindle very quickly. You may say, hey, what's your evidence, Stephen? And that's fine, I've got some. So 2025 year-to-date, our overtime is $103,631, and that's with those 3 openings right now. So we had 2 of the 3 filled for the first quarter, and then unfortunately, I guess it would be a total of the quarter because it was kind of a blend of quarter 1 and quarter 2. Unfortunately, those 2 positions, we had to open those back up. And so we're looking to fill those 3 positions with our current paramedic cohort, which we have 3 students that are currently 3 months from graduation, which is kind of wild. And they will fill those positions. All 3 of those, or well, actually, excuse me, 2 of the 3 of those are under contract for 2 years with us. And then we actually just had Miss Nissa Moore pass her paramedic exam, so there was the 4th paramedic, and we are working on onboarding her and getting her ready to be out on her own. So fully anticipate us to further drop our overtime usage. If you look at 2023, we'll go back a few years and just look at the overtime hit we had there before we transitioned fully to this 4896 rotation. We started advocating for additional staffing. Our annual overtime for 2023 was $277,000, whereas 2024, our total was $125,000. So we've made huge strides in terms of our overtime usage. And I expect us to continue to do so. anything major besides assistant director, we'll come back to that. Hearing none, I'll move forward to the 200s. Most of the 200s has remained relatively unchanged. The EMS gas and lube has increased, as Jordan spoke to yesterday. We're still trying to figure out how we are using our EMS gas and what our exact total will be come the end of the year. So we'll have a much better idea, but we estimated low, unfortunately, for this year, so we've had to do some transfer of appropriations and just move some things around. And so far, we've managed to figure it out without an additional, and I hope that we will continue to do so. So we've got fuel at 30,000 for 1151 and 1236, so 60,000 total. Oil changes and lube I've got for a total of 10,000. Tires total of 10,000 between the two. And then EMS medical supplies is at 68,000 per budget. So, what is that, 136? Am I doing my math right? And then medical oxygen, air gas, we've got it at 7,500. So I'll just talk about like some of the creative ways we're trying to save some money here in this 200 line items. EMS medical supplies. So we've previously ordered, it's called a start kit, an IV start kit. And with it comes a alcohol prep pad, a IV, a venous tourniquet, 2x2 gauze pad, some other stuff in there, right? And we did an analysis and we figured out we could save $3,000 a year if we just make our own. So we've stopped ordering them and we're making our own now. Medical oxygen, air gas. We are saving $5,000 a year by going down and picking up the oxygen tanks ourselves instead of having them delivered because of a hazmat fee charge.
Wow.
So, some of the things that we're tackling, that's $8,000 in savings just by doing little things, and I just want to share that our team is really good about looking for those things and trying to figure out how we can save $1.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Continuing through miscellaneous maintenance supplies, you never know what a year is going to bring in terms of miscellaneous stuff, so I always try to throw something in there. And in terms of maintenance, and then laundries and supplies, we've got washer and dryer at each station in case, with our crews working at 48, if they get something gross on their clothing, they need the capacity to be able to wash their uniform while they're wearing their spare uniform. And then other supplies, unforeseen expenses, just $1,000, just general hit for each budget. And then, anything in the 200s? Questions, comments, concerns?
Please continue.
Okay, 300s. Last year, we really tried to revamp our 300s, just breaking everything down so we have a much more detailed account of where everything is coming from. So like you'll see medical billing, I have an error. It's no longer Acumed, they got bought out. It's EMS MC, so I need to fix that. But that's $42,000 per budget. Medicaid reimbursement, so the Malcom, they tackle the Medicaid reimbursement. They charge us for all of their work with gathering the additional Medicaid reimbursement. And while that has lagged for multiple years, we're actually caught up now. We got the 2024 one last month. So, yeah, it was great. Scheduling and credential tracking, our medical record system, hand heavy, all of that kind of groups into our daily operations and patient care aspects. Then you've got our EMT program, certification classes, paramedic program, and paramedic program medical director. You will see that the paramedic program, there's a significant cut in that line item. Reason being is this year, here in about a month or two, we will have COAMPs coming in and doing our really big audit for our official accreditation. Once that accreditation process is complete, we have a 5-year period of time in which we're not going to be faced with the same expenses of flying their team in for the accreditation process. And then the mental health EAP, this is left blank at this time because the Opioid Settlement Committee has been great about giving us $10,000 increments to support that as we use that up, I will continue to advocate for it. Fun fact, not so much of a fun fact, but a fact, they just analyzed EMS PTSD rates and compared it to military people who served in the military who saw combat, and they reported equivalent rates of PTSD. So we definitely need to continue to invest in the mental health of our first responders. And we use Suncrest Psychological Services. They do a great job for our team. Medical IT communication, that is unchanged. Information material unchanged. I think that jumps us down to utilities. Frankfurt Municipal Utilities, electric is Duke Energy out at Medic 4 in Boylston. We use Xfinity for cable, gas for Medic 4 Centerpoint, and then internet and cable through Mulberry Telecommunications. We've got that all broken down. And then continues on through maintenance contracts, our air conditioning maintenance, office repairs, vehicle repairs, so on and so forth. Really, the 300 section is very much relatively unchanged. Do you guys have any questions or comments through the 300s?
Stephen, what did you call Acumed?
It's EMS MC.
Okay. We can change that in the budget book.
Perfect, thanks. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
There's the whole reason I put it in parentheses, and then I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, I forgot to change that.
Yeah, no, we can change it on the book.
Any other questions or comments on the 300s?
You might just, because I had asked this question to you, so it's possible somebody else might have the same question. The $5,000 line item for the paramedic program medical director, just clarify that's not related to our person. That's
Yes, correct. That is for Nate Marcinkowski, who is our paramedic program medical director, and for his fee of service, he charges us $10,000 annually. So, and that is a required position for our paramedic program. Okay.
okay.
Anything else? Okay. 400s. You'll see an increase in furniture. Our chairs get used and abused, and we need some replacement chairs. So those are thrown in there. And then I should clarify why they're being used and abused. They're rolling office chairs, and so as we move them from one space to the classroom and back, we've had multiple wheels break off and stuff like that. So, and those have been there since we moved into the building in 2018. Machinery and equipment. Ambulance lease, that's a significant cut as we move forward with just one ambulance lease moving into the next 3 years. Radio equipment, I'm very hopeful that we're able to secure a grant that we are applying for this month that will replace all of our portable radios, but year to date we've spent over $3,500 on radio repairs as they're ending their or nearing their end of life. The Zoll 1 contract, that's we're locked in with that for another 9 years. That is for our cardiac monitors, and I'm optimistic that we will get the brand new cardiac monitor that they're allegedly releasing here in October, and we will be one of the first EMS agencies in the country to have that, and we'll be set with that for the next 8 years. So absolute top of the line equipment. So. Dash and patient compartment cameras and body cameras, we're on a 5-year contract with those, 4 years remaining. And
How
then,
is that going? Is that going well?
yeah, so we're trying very hard to do a soft rollout to allow our crews to get used to it and exposure to it. And, I actually just met with C-Shift 2 days ago, and they said that everything, they haven't even had a patient say, is that a body camera? Nobody's even noticing that they're on. They've been really good. The crews have, for the calls that they have reviewed, they've enjoyed being able to go back and look at the timestamps and understand, hey, this was actually the timing of it all. Because our brains play tricks on us. When you show up on a scene as a first responder, firefighter, law enforcement, EMS, every single one of your senses is being overstimulated. Your sight, your hearing, your touch, your cognitive function is absolutely maxed out. And so that fight or flight narrows your field of vision. And so you don't see what's going on in your periphery, and your brain starts playing tricks on you, and you start forgetting things. And you're like, oh, I totally didn't even realize that happened. And so yeah, I'll just leave it at that. So it gives the crew a great perspective after the fact to be able to make sure their charting is more accurate, and then also gives our paramedic students an opportunity to learn from the cases that they've been involved in.
Great.
Okay. Anything on the 400s?
So as I noted, those are essentially split 50-50 between the two
Yes.
budgets. But if you go to the bottom number of the 1236 budget, you'll notice it's a different number, so they don't match. And that difference is in certain, I guess, the benefits and, what am I?
Retirement.
Yeah, all of the fringe, I guess, stuff that goes with the employees. You'll recall that we had that discussion earlier this year, that we made the decision last year because it was the first year of receiving that lit tax, that we didn't have enough money that was gonna come in. We were trying to give that fund a little bit of room to grow, and so we agreed to take that on the county general side from that budget. That situation continues on to this year. If you look at our certified rate for EMS, it's for 2026 from the state is 1.76 million. And if you'll look at that 1236 budget at the bottom line, we've got it to 1.768. So we attempted to match up with the money that was going to be coming in. So to do that, we needed to, again, for 2026, move those perf, health insurance, those kinds of things over to the county general line item. But that's keeping it flat year over year because it was in there last year. So wanted to make that clarification.
I'm going to read the whole number out just for the audience and everybody to know that we're going to be within $1,000 difference on our 1236 budget. So what we will be receiving for the EMS lit is $1,767,961, and what our budget is $1,768,699.
Yeah.
So less than $1,000 difference between the two, and we'll have enough carryover between this year to fund that.
I just wanted to explain the difference between the two budgets. Anybody have any questions about any of those parts of the budgets? If not, we'll circle back to the assistant director discussion.
I'll throw out a little bit more
Okay,
first.
yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
So 1151 current balance as of August 29th was $432,633. And what we are projected for in revenue for the 1151 this year is $1,841,450, including a Department of Homeland Security grant for our paramedic program. So we will be about 200,000 shy of what is budgeted in the 1151, but we have that current fund balance of 432,000 and change that will roll over into next year. So we will start with a fund balance that will allow us to get through the year. So when I started in 22, the year prior being 21, the total revenue we generated was $1,445,000. So now being up to, about 400,000 more, I think we've done very well over the last few years tightening things up. So.
Good perspective, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Assistant Director.
We talked about this earlier in the year.
Yes. So we talked about this earlier in the year. It went through the, I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher the name. Is it the classification committee? Thank you. I was going to say job, salary, and everything else. Classification committee. The ask is that we put the assistant director $5,000 above the shift supervisor's annual revenue. What's difficult about our budget is with the 4896, EMS is not exempt to the overtime like fire departments are due to just federal legislation and FLSA laws. So we have to pay that overtime. As we work the same number of hours per year as a fire department does with our 4896 is 120 shifts or 60 48-hour shifts is equivalent to the California Kelly or modified Kellys like Frankfurt Fire or other Indiana fire departments are running. So it's the same number of hours worked per year, but we have to pay all the overtime. So our annual compensation for our EMTs and paramedics and supervisors who are working the 4896 becomes inflated because of how large that overtime is, because it's 55.4 hours per week is the average. So every week we're paying, on average, 15.4 hours of overtime per employee. So it inflates. But the nice thing is it allows us to cut 2 paramedic positions and 2 EMT positions versus the schedule we were using previously. So it optimizes the schedule. Obviously, it optimizes overtime, as we saw a $200,000 cut in overtime, or $175,000 to be specific. So the ask is that we analyze all of that data, and we respect the fact that we're a complicated department in terms of how we're setting our annual compensation for our employees. And the ask is that the paramedic or the assistant director is moved above the shift supervisor, as their responsibilities are greater than that of a supervisor. In the line of career development, it would be a promotion. And currently, as it stands, we would be asking them to take a $15,000 pay cut to be promoted.
Did we ever actually create the position of assistant director?
I think the classification committee said that he could give her a new position, but at that time, we weren't giving him any
You weren't adjusting the
additional
salary.
money.
But did it get created? Did it go, I can't remember whether we actually went through the approval process.
You did.
We did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we need to change that in the book. So I think that is what you refer to. If you look at your Form 1, is that 0012? What we're showing as paramedic program director?
Yes.
That should be the
Assistant director.
assistant director.
We eliminated the paramedic program director position, and
Just in.
really we changed
In
it.
the book, it got listed the same both places, the old place and the new place.
Yeah.
It just needs a new title.
Okay.
Those are the lines in the financial system, so it is not a big deal to change them.
Okay. So it should be paramedic program assistant director, is that what you're saying?
It should just be assistant director.
Okay. Just assistant director, okay.
All right. Council thoughts? We've had this same discussion with the sheriff department in the past about trying to have that, staggered wage scale to give a path of advancement, career advancement. So I understand the logic.
The same person has been in this same person has worked for you since 2023, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, Stephen, I love you. And I think public safety is really, really important. But I need some justification for this position, this person. Did they take more education? Did they get more certifications? What is taking them from $49,900 a year to $102,000 a year?
No, it's 8636 to 102.
Well, that's going from 20, I'm just going from 23, year 23, 2023. This same, this same person was working for EMS in 2023, right?
Well,
Yes.
You gotta take that times 2 though still, because it's only half the number.
Her,
I already did that.
the 2025 actual for her is $80,636.
Right.
Yes.
And I had that, but
Okay.
but in 24, it was 68,602, and in 23, it was 49,900. So I'm just backing up.
So the 23, that year, it was actually, we had it listed as a part-time position.
Okay.
And then that's when we started this whole journey on the paramedic program, creation of it. So when we went out to Denver and we met with, we sat through the required course or required conference for COAMPS. And, in our room, it's deans of universities. And we're like, well, we're a little understaffed as a part-time paramedic program director. So,
And I understand, this is what I want you to do. I want you to justify.
yeah. So then moving into, we set in 23, we said, hey, we're going to need to move her to full-time. And so we set that rate in 23. Moving into 24 was when we did the 4896. And that is where everybody lapsed. And so then in 25, moving into 25, 25, we made this big adjustment. And actually, the adjustment was we did a 3% raise and we added 5 hours per week to her. So she's working more hours to make that up. So it's truly not a raise.
Okay.
It was just additional work.
Okay.
So that we could get her above, because the EMTs that she was training to become paramedics were making more a year than she was making.
Okay. All right.
So my justification for it is, something that Alan impressed upon me when I first took this role was it's not about me in this role. It's about the next person. And it's about, he spoke about it for his own seat as a council member. It's not about me. It's about the one who fills my seat. And it's that 10-year vision. Well, when we reach our capacity to retire and the next person is going to fill it, how do I sell to the next person, hey, you're going to take a $15,000 pay cut and you're going to get promoted? That's the $15,000 question I'm asking and scratching my head. I don't know how to justify that. And it's, yeah, we can say it's the person. I think Dolores is fantastic. There is nobody else that could have helped us accomplish the things that we've accomplished with our paramedic program and just the growth of our service. There's nobody else that I think would have done as good of a job as her, right? But this isn't Dolores's position. It's
Right.
the assistant director position. And so
It's a position.
it's that 5-10 year vision of how do I sell it to the next person? Hey, you're going to become an assistant director, but you take a pay cut for it. And I mean, at the 80,000, I mean, what we asked, what's tough is, we were analyzing the paramedic program director and we were saying, well, how do we compare this throughout the state? And there's only one other county-based EMS program in the state of Indiana.
So there's
So,
comparison.
yeah, it's hard to compare. And their salary, if I remember right, I wish Cecily was down here so I could put her on the spot instead of myself. But if I recall correctly, their salary was several $1,000s above what Dolores's is today, or the paramedic program director is today. And so, yeah, I mean,
We just, this is a tough situation. I mean, EMS is
Yep.
its own animal kind of thing, but we still only have so much money, and
Yeah.
this is just a large request, and
it is.
I just thought it deserved some conversation.
Absolutely. No, and that's why I wanted to save it for last, knowing there's going to be people on both sides of it, right? I respect that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
My job is to come up here and advocate for my people in my department, and
Yes.
your job is to analyze that argument and then advocate for the community and the county as a whole. And so I respect both sides of it, and I hope you can
Yeah.
respect the volley back and forth.
So she continues to take on the role of paramedic program director as part of that responsibility of assistant director, correct?
Correct.
And you referenced earlier about a Homeland Security grant for the paramedic program. Is any of her salary eligible to be offset by a grant for that paramedic program director?
So the grant itself it wasn't based on salaries or needs or anything like that. We had to justify the dollar amount that we were asking for, and then they pay us per student that passes the exam, which is a little, you're going to get me on a rabbit hole. So 3 paramedic students graduated from our first cohort. That's $30,000 right there. And then we get paid, I'll have to double check EMTs. It's either $1,000 or $2,000 per EMT. So we have 12 EMTs that pass. Well, there's 12 or 24,000, something like that. So now, as we near the end of this cohort, we'll have 5 paramedic students. Well, between those 3 that we had and then the 5 that will pass this year and graduate, that's $80,000 is what we'll be collecting in reimbursements for past students. Now, you want to talk about advocating at the state level. They're currently paying, the Department of Homeland Security is currently paying students' tuitions for a program out of Texas that is online, that doesn't even meet the Indiana standards for a paramedic program. They don't even complete all the clinical hours that are required by the Department of Homeland Security, but they're paying for it.
Who's paying for it?
State.
IDHS.
Indiana?
Yes. So they're advertising that the tuition is covered, this program, is advertising that their tuition is covered by Indiana, and yet we're charging our students $7,800 because we're not granted the same opportunity. We have to pass our students on the national registry before, which has a national pass average of 70%. We have to pass them first before the state will give us $10,000. So, there's my soapbox.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Somebody clip this and share it on YouTube.
Thank you for sharing that with us, because I'll be asking some questions about that.
Yeah.
I've heard from Carol. Anybody else care to speak to the issue? From a longer-term perspective, I'll say this. We've come so far with this department from where it was. And even taking the big step last year of adding those additional 3 positions to help deal with the overtime and just burnout. And it just feels like we're $15,000 away from having it where we want to be. That's what I feel like.
Those 3 paramedic positions, I'll just testify to that a little bit more of. Somebody asked me after a commissioner meeting a couple weeks ago, do we even need ALS service in this community? You're advocating for paramedics on every truck. Why? And, you know, I will tell you right now, I can count on one hand the number of patients that don't make it to the hospital. If we show up and they are alive with a pulse and are breathing, I can count on one hand the number of patients that do not make it to the hospital alive and breathing per year right now because of the advancements in our care. That was not the same. I mean, shoot, in the 1970s, they loaded you in the back of a hearse and drove really fast, right? So the advancement of EMS has come a long way, and the advancement of Clinton County EMS has come a long way. So the ability to have an extra set of hands in the back of an ambulance while we're providing critical care medicine is huge, and it's a safety factor for our community. So.
I have a question, Alan, and I'm sure you'll know the answer to this. So I believe is there new legislation that will allow fire departments to come in and ask for part of this?
Well, it was a little bit of what Emma addressed yesterday to my question at the end. So the new SEA 1 income tax structure has a 0.4% rate that can be used, and it's listed as EMS and fire.
Okay.
And we currently have a 0.2% EMS rate. And so that was my question to Emma, was about, you know, I'm assuming that our EMS rate gets grandfathered and we don't have to do anything but split anything that we would try to do beyond that, and she could not confirm that and said that's sort of like one of those gray areas that we've got to make sure we are getting heard by our legislators. But knowing how tight this budget is, you know, I don't think we need 0.2, we need 0.25 really to be where Stephen needs to be. So that doesn't leave very much for the fire.
That was just my concern.
So we need to, I do think we need to be talking to legislators about that, because we're a unique county. We've got to defend the way we've been doing it, or otherwise we've got some issues.
Well, I think that what legislators probably, I'm going to assume here, which is dangerous, probably struggle to understand is you have a lot of fire departments in the state of Indiana that are providing EMS services through them. Right? Like if you look at the Indianapolis model, the suburbs of Indianapolis, Carmel, Westfield, like they're all ALS transport fire departments. So they have their own ambulances within their firehouse. And they operate in unison. But for counties that don't have that same resource, they have a few options. One, rely on a hospital-based service to provide the ambulance service. Like look at Howard County, for example. You've got St. Vincent, Kokomo, and you've got Howard Community, and those two, they both staff 2 ambulances and provide the coverage for the community. Or you do something like what we do, and we provide the county EMS service through taxpayer funding. Or you can look at, I'm just going to call it what it is, a failed model, where the county contracts with private EMS agencies for coverage for the community, and it undercuts the dangers of the 2 models that are not county-based models. Is it undercuts the community values and needs, because I can come up here and I can tell you stories about taking 22 minutes of a response time to get to a pediatric arrest because of understaffing. Yeah, that sucks.
Right.
But today, where our ambulances are and the staffing that we have, our average for our EMS response is less than the state average substantially for the entire state for an ambulance to get on scene. And that's something that we should be proud of, and it's better care for our community. So our legislators, while they may say, well, you know, look at this county, they're doing it for this dollar amount, why can't you do the same? Well, you're going to have to cut staffing. You're going to have to cut response times. You're going to have to cut quality of care. And when you cut those things, the next drawback is increased mortality, increased morbidity, and negative outcomes for your neighbor. So 0.3%, not 0.25. No.
Okay, duly noted.
Just
Well,
it.
as far as the assistant director, I'm happy with his explanation. I don't know if the committee needs to do what they need to do, but I'm fine with that, but.
Well, I think the committee part is done if the job description is
Yes.
done, so now we're to the council role on the compensation,
Okay.
so.
The entire council on that and compensation.
My only other comment, and this will be my last comment on the subject,
Okay.
is if we approve this, what does it say to other department heads? Do we have any, will we have any other department heads coming back? You know, and I don't know the answer to that. I'm just throwing that out there. Don't know the exact answer to that, but that's the other thing that we spent a lot of time last year trying to be fair. And I know this year, we have some issues that we think haven't turned out very fair, so I know we need to address some of those. But that's just my, that's my thought process.
Okay.
I'll talk about myself because that's going to be a little easier than me talking about Dolores for a moment. I'm above the midpoint. I am grossly above the midpoint. And the discussion was, how can the director be promoted and take a substantial pay cut from where our paramedic supervisors are? Because currently, that's what would have happened. It would have been a significant pay cut if we assigned me the midpoint. In the same ballpark of where Dolores is today. So like my wife and I, we have a saying in our household, and it's "you're not that special." And so like when your head gets too big or something like that, we say, "Hey, you're not that special, settle down," right? Or vice versa, when you think the world's out to get you, you say, "Hey, you're not that special," right? So like for me, this is my "you're not that special" moment as the director of this service is, how can I be so grossly above the midpoint, but Dolores, the assistant director, whoever, the assistant director gets held to that midpoint, whereas we made that exception for the director. And the answer for me is, you're not that special. So if that's the standard we're implementing, that should be the standard across our service.
Well, and I want to make the same point again for this budget cycle that I made for last budget cycle when we had that discussion, and that is that those numbers in the EMS departments that are county funded around the state are going to change very rapidly, and we're on the vanguard of that because we were the first one to implement the EMS tax. So we got that money first, and everybody that came after us, because initially that was written essentially for Clinton County. So year one, it was one county, it was us, and then they widened the net of who could qualify, and everybody's catching up to us very rapidly. So I felt like that, I'm not saying the survey was wrong, I just felt like circumstances had changed, and clearly if we'd have been at those market levels, we wouldn't have anybody filling the positions or at those published midpoint levels. So.
And I agree, Alan. I just think that, you know, taking Stephen to pass the midpoint, you know, was a chink in the survey. And so we're just going to keep chinking at the survey. So when does a survey become not worth anything? You know, I mean, that's.
It's understood, and I can't argue with that. I just, other than to say, you could already tell that the numbers were out of date because of the change in the legislation.
I know. And I understand that too.
Yeah.
It's just at some point, we're gonna have a lot of department heads coming in saying, okay, we're an exception too, And so, I'm okay with some of that. I'm okay with some of that, and I understand some of that. I just want the whole council to realize we're either pointing to the survey or we're not pointing to the survey. Let's throw the survey out and start doing what we want to do. I don't know.
It sounds like we're gonna be having a new survey.
That's the last thing.
I do think
That
I do
was a
think,
very expensive survey.
It was.
Exactly.
this is maybe a bad term, but in my mind, the way I'm looking at it is we were consistently inconsistent by the way we handled this, in the sense that we would be handling the assistant director position in the same way that we handled the director's position last year, in the thinking of, A, the uniqueness of healthcare, trying to get employees into healthcare. It's very similar to what Melissa
Oh, absolutely.
said with the
Absolutely.
health administrator position. And then just that, the sec point two being that chain of command, that career path forward that we've really tried to put in place for other departments that I think needs to be consistent here.
I think the council's gonna need a work session to talk some of these inconsistencies through.
If we came back for another meeting in a week, what would we know then that we don't know now? Why would we not hammer this out right here? I mean, some of those others, I think maybe there's a bigger picture because they're related to county general or whatever. This is a standalone budget with it's a yes or no question, really.
I don't think you can pay upon which budget they get paid out of.
You don't think what now? Say,
I don't think that you said it's a standalone budget.
well, my only point there being is there's no other, you can't bring up any other extenuating we know everything we need to know. There's no other new information. This is what I meant.
Yeah, there's no any other information. I think the only question is, do we want to make an exception to the survey? Or, I mean, that's the bottom line. In my mind, we just need, and I don't mind making an exception because the health department is one of those situations. I think the health department, we need to have an exception because the survey doesn't show right. And I think the same thing with EMS. The survey maybe didn't show right, so we wanted Stephen to pay more money. We have a great paramedic program. He's doing a wonderful job. He's building the whole thing up. And I just think we just need to know, we just need to agree. And that was maybe a quiet conversation about it. But we're having it in public, so we're having it in public.
Well, right now, though, we haven't made any decision on any salary.
That's true.
And are we
No,
making
we
that
haven't.
decision today, or
No.
when is it?
Well, I've got a list going of the ones that feel like we need to go back and talk about, and I thought that when we got done going through all the budgets, we would at least,
Talk about those today.
I don't know that we come to a decision. I was gonna ask the council whether you wanted to talk about any of them, or whether you wanna come back for another meeting.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
we
I
have.
love meetings.
Yeah.
I think we have all the decision, all the information from Stephen that we need, as far as that goes, but you are in charge, buddy.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's a tough pill for me to swallow. It really is at that. And I know you guys do a great job at everything. We have other things that we talked about last year, and we talked about them some this year, is you have your first deputies that make 80% of things. 80% of Stevens, if you want to go with that category, it's still a pretty good pay increase. It's nowhere near what he's looking at, but it is still pretty hefty at $7,000 more than what that position's paying now. But, I mean, that's my opinion on that right there, and it all still does go back to a salary survey. We start making exceptions and we're looking at it, then somebody also has to come up and say, well, it was a waste of money to do that if we're gonna make exceptions to everybody that comes along with a request.
So Cecily had to leave. She had an emergency. So she is communicating through me, and she is asking if Scott County was who you were referencing for the assistant chief. Was Scott County?
It was Scott County,
Yes.
but I can't remember. I thought Cecily ran the paramedic program director from Scott
And,
County.
That was 88,000, and the paramedics there make 82. Then she commented and said that, and I think she's talking about the committee, they adopted the classification system, and regardless of budget or where money comes from, if he takes one position in the same category up, then opens door for anyone on same category to ask for the same.
Understood. Thank you, Cecily, for the feedback. Okay, you guys have asked me tough questions. Here's my tough question that I'm going to kick back at you guys. Is there another assistant director that makes less than their subordinates?
I can't answer with 100% certainty, but I don't believe so.
I would say
I
probably.
believe we have a couple that we need to look at.
So there's some other people that we need to look at. And I just say we'd have to be, if we're willing to make this adjustment for that reason, we need to be willing to make other adjustments for others for the same reason.
Well, and we keep comparing the health department director to this, and that's really not because I believe the previous person that filled that position was at the, I think that you could just, I think that looking at possibly bringing that person in at what that director was making, I'm sorry, I may not have her title exactly right, is a little bit different than what we're talking about right now. You're just talking about possibly filling a position at the same rate that the previous person was being paid. At least that was my understanding as far as the health department goes.
And let's say Stephen decides to leave next week, and we've got to hire somebody. And this is me speaking, that I wouldn't think that you'd bring him in at what Stephen's making now. If it's that far above the midpoint, well, then are you going to get the director's midpoint lower than what the assistant director's at this point in time? Then you're back to the same spot that Stephen just asked us the question on.
Well, the committee asked Cecily, and she did run numbers for us, if we brought all assistant directors or assistants to the 80% of what the director or that top position, there was absolutely no way that the county could afford to do that. Just in trying to bring everyone to that level, not even adding in the benefits.
Oh, that's right, I remember that now.
Yes. So that idea was kind of like, we didn't even end up forwarding that to the entire council because
It's right here. This is the document that she gave us. So she
Yes.
gave us, she took everybody, the department head and the first deputy, took everybody to the high point plus 2.5%, thinking we might be giving a 2.5% this year. So it's broken down by categories, and those are the totals.
Okay, I'm gonna say some things, and yeah, you guys may not like what I have to say, and that's okay, but my responsibility comes to advocate for my department. So, Todd, like if I left next week, like that hypothetical, now this is not the most current one, I don't have that one, I just have the initial salary survey that we were issued. So the high end of my position was $66,992.93. The EMTs for our service make more than that annually. I'm a board certified flight paramedic.
Well,
That's not right.
That number.
So how do we?
is ridiculous.
Sure, but then if we look at, I don't have paramedic program director or assistant director on this, so I can't say, but that's the high end of the salary survey. And it's I know, I'm not trying to throw shade at another community, but I know that they struggle with their EMS financing, and their director makes $80,000 a year. So they struggle. They're well below the surrounding areas. So where does that number come up? Where did we discover that number? And I'm not trying to question the integrity of the salary survey, because I know you guys, A, spent a lot of money on it, B, have trusted it, and I think that it's done very well for our county employees. But if the next director comes in and you advertise, the midpoint on that was $60,902. So they're going to make $37,000 less than supervisors?
No.
I haven't taken vacation time this year. I've taken some personal time. The one vacation week I tried to take off so we could potty train my 2-year-old, I worked Saturday, Sunday because of call-offs. So I'm not, what I'm not trying to say like, oh, woe is me, but I'm trying to say like that doesn't justify $60,000 salary where I am on call 24/7 and I have to drop what I'm doing with my family so that I can cover a truck because of call offs, and $60,000 a year with no overtime ain't gonna cut it. When I work, I mean, shoot, I don't know. Like I'm just, it's tough. Like everybody can stand up here and justify it, and like I know how much Dolores works. I know how much I work. We're working our butts off for you guys. There's no other way to put it, and I'm not trying to suggest that any other department's not working as hard, if not harder, because I'm sure that they are. I'm sure somebody is getting up earlier than me and working later than me. I have no doubts in it. But yeah, I mean, if you asked me today, okay, I'll throw this out. When Jordan Brewer offered me the position, the county commissioners offered me the position, I said yes before I was told what the salary is. Today, if you asked me and I said yes, and then he followed it up with the salary midpoint is $60,902, I would probably have hung up on him.
Right, and I would too. No.
Can I say a few things?
Yeah.
I think we have to remember a couple things that are different. First of all, if I'm having a heart attack, I want the best person working on me that I can have. And I can tell you that if I was asking to have just a regular EMT, or if I was asking the director based on the salary that they did, the review, at $60,000, that person's not going to be very qualified. One of the problems that happened when they did the salary review was real simple. They went out and tried to find like counties. Our competition is not like counties a long way off. Our competition is in hiring somebody is Lafayette. An example, my son has been on the fire department for now 16 years as a lieutenant. Just this year, his son-in-law got on Lafayette at the fire department making $2,000 more than my son's making with 15 years of service, and as a lieutenant versus just a straight person. The people that we're competing with is Lafayette, for example, or Hamilton County, because our surrounding counties are the ones that we're competing with, not Knox County.
Let me only interrupt to say I did clarify that those counties were included in our survey.
Yeah, but what happened was the two of them got boxed off. They took the high and the low, and they took the middle. That's not our competition. I can tell you what he is saying is, because I've interviewed multiple people as coming in as our director over the several years. We can't do it based on that salary. You cannot get qualified people for that position or another position like that. So, at 60,000, looking for a director, we can't do it. You can't get a good qualified person that gets us the money, that gets us the job, that gets us the move ahead situation that we have right now. And we continue to build dollar-wise because we've got somebody who has a little bit of gumption, a little bit of expertise, a little bit of wanting to serve our county, and has done that, but yet we hold them back in a certain place. And I think that the ambulance service that we have is totally different, no offense, but it's totally different than in the county department. There is a different type of person, a different kind of job description that they need. They have to do different things. And as they work up in position, it's imperative that we, quote, pay them for that position. So, and I would like to see, I understand you guys are thinking about not making the decision, but you know what? We need to make the decision now and move on. Coming back in a week or coming back this afternoon doesn't make any difference in the information that you've got now. So personally, I'd like to see you make those calls rather than kicking it down the road for 6 hours or, 6 days.
Okay, our HR director has said, don't you want qualified persons in every position? Whether it's saving lives, doing accounting, or dispatching emergencies. I hate being this way, but we have to stop basing salaries off of performance, or we need to do it for every position. we need to take maybe Rick to the High Point. He does a great job at the county highway and running his department. So I mean, again, it goes back to, and this is me talking, those that do a great job, you do want to, you know, take them to High Point. There's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah, we veered off a little bit. We've started talking about the director position instead of the assistant director
Exactly.
position.
Yeah.
So I want to get back to
And
that.
I just want to
Well,
clarify
hypothetical, I
that
didn't
our
think it
director
was
makes a
going
lot
there.
more
I
than
mean,
what you just quoted.
Oh, I don't disagree, but
So
I think
I
the assistant
don't
director
want
is what we're
people
talking
saying
about
that-
too.
I
So,
don't have the assistant director midpoint. I don't know that number, so that's why I used my number to just share.
Yeah.
So assuming the assistant director would be paid less than the director, and the midpoint being 60,000 and change. Like, I think that assuming the assistant director would be lower than that was what I was trying to put together. I apologize, so.
Well, and about how many hours would you say you and Dolores work?
Would they
if
be
it-
classified the same
Per week.
supervisor?
Is he?
I mean, I'm just trying to figure
I
out
mean-
whether.
yeah.
I want to see what her pay would be.
Good question.
80% of his.
A lot. I mean, what am I clocked in for? I mean, I get my 40 hours and then I do some else, but like, am I checking every single second in which I have a phone call? No. Cecily can text Britt and tell me that I'm screwing it up, but I mean, like, I'll say like, in the first couple of months of the year, I mean, I received a phone call from the auditor's office and they said, are you aware that Steven's over 100 hours for this pay period and receives no overtime?
But she's.
Yep,
Well,
I am well aware that I do
That's what I'm
that.
looking for, and the same thing with
So it's the
Dolores.
same
If she's working 100 hours,
This.
being paid for 40, you've got a
This is
really
big
good
problem that's
argument
happening.
there.
Yeah.
She's
They are.
supervisor to people making 10,000.
Like he said, he's working 100 hours, but only showing 40.
Supervisor.
And that's a problem.
And what about
Because they do
Dolores?
do more.
She's
I'd
the
like to
same,
work 100
she's,
hours.
you would say the
less
same
than
thing for
that.
her?
I said I would like
She's
to
working
work
her tail off,
100
yeah. I
hours.
mean,
Yeah, she's worked more than that, in
She's on
fact.
call 24/7 too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
So
live.
see, that's a lot different than
I
other
do.
departments too,
Barely.
being on call 24/7.
Barely.
And you know, our HR person, and I appreciate, and this is not a slam on her, but she's been in that position 2 months.
That horse is out of the barn already, but the way we did it.
In my particular case, in this particular situation, I've been in this industry for
Hold to what you're saying.
40 years.
We
I've regretfully had over 500 and some people that I've been involved with as employees and so forth. And yes, you try to have a standard for most people, but there are exceptions that you have to do. And if you have people that are stepping above that, you can't qualify them underneath the midpoint or whatever. And different departments have different restrictions, different qualifications, and all of them are important. The girl that's answering the phone out there is important. Just as important when she comes in and she introduces herself to whoever. Our security people sitting there are important to what we do, but each one of them have different job classifications and should respect different money. In this particular case, we're looking at a first responder, and we're looking at a person who is training those first responders. And so it steps up. And I think, you guys have heard enough that I think there's a decision that you can make.
I think I'm gonna do it this way. And I'll have to wait till Jeff gets back, but I wanna take a vote to see
We have to,
who's in support of the line item as included in the budget. If there's not support for that, then we can put it on our list of items to discuss later along with other things. And we don't have to go through the whole discussion of what the number is going to be right now. We can do that with the other discussion points. But if there's an agreement to move as it was presented, we can mark it off our list. We've heard the logic behind the ask. But I want to wait for Jeff, so take a moment.
I think that, Stephen just made a comment that maybe I wasn't aware of, but probably everyone else is, that they are on call 24/7. I did not realize that.
Of course they are. I mean, the highway
But
department.
not every
The
department.
highway department is too.
Public service is on call 24/7. I mean, the jail staff, they're,
Well, if
People
somebody
are saying-
calls you and you don't have to come in.
Well,
But you're saying one of the two of you all would always have to respond if there's a need?
Yeah, I mean, so like the other day when we had 2 call-offs and nobody picked up, I come in and she's my relief at 5 PM on Sunday. So,
So Stephen, if you would take your vacation that you should take,
Yes.
I'm going to Idaho with no cell service here in a couple weeks, so.
Good for you.
and she'll be in charge. Or
Yeah, I mean,
would-
she
or
needs to
should
be.
Supervisors be in charge.
She needs to be in charge, yeah,
She would need to be in charge.
yeah. Yeah, she absolutely needs to be in charge.
That's gotta matter. So Jeff, what I said when you stepped out was, I wanted to go ahead and get a vote on whether there's support for the assistant director number as presented in the budget. If there is, we're done, we move on. If there's not, we can put it on our list of things to discuss at a different point, whether it's at the end of the day today or a separate meeting. So I'm not quite sure how to handle this because the chair is not supposed to make a motion, so I suppose it could die for lack of a motion if nobody wants
You
to.
could just ask for
A consensus vote. So, okay, I'll handle it that way. I'd like to have a show of hands of those who would be in favor of the salary as presented in the budget by the director for the assistant director position. Those in favor of that number, raise your hand. Anybody on this side? So I'm seeing 4 on this side, 3 on that side.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I mean, it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Oh, it's a very tough one. It's a very tough one.
I don't think there's a wrong answer here, don't get me wrong.
Well, you know, I kind of take what the committee says, but it seems like Carol was the only one speaking. I mean, you three were, it's you three, right?
Todd, I feel like Todd.
Well, yeah, but it was after I made my comment. I thought that you guys were already kind of,
Well, this,
I mean, if.
well, this
if-
No,
wasn't, this,
we
this,
got to
this
the
budget
point, man.
request is not our committee.
Yeah. the
No,
budget
this
request
was
is
beyond the committee's.
Yeah, when
part.
it comes to salaries, that's a council
We
decision,
don't make
not.
that decision. The only thing we.
Yeah, I know, but you guys hear, talk a lot more than what I know what's going on, so that's all.
The only thing we had anything to do with it was that we saw the job description and allowed him to create the job. And at that point, we didn't approve any increase. So this is.
And said we would visit it at budget time.
And he's
At the budget.
appropriately coming back
Yeah.
and asking for an increase,
Yeah.
so.
So this
I
is all
still have
happening
a
the right
problem.
way. It's just a tough discussion.
Yeah, I still have a problem.
Do we need to do that as a motion, a first, a second?
No, it's
No.
because it's in
I
the
don't-
budget. and
It was
Yeah,
a-
because we
it was
didn't
a-
change anything,
It was
so
a,
I,
Okay.
it was a
yeah.
consensus vote, no different than
I just
anything
wanted to
else
make
we did.
sure as I typed it.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I think that would conclude the current discussion of it's not final until the adoption vote happens in October, but as it stands now, we're leaving it the same, or as presented. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Enjoy your,
Sorry to put you guys in a rock and a hard place.
enjoy your time in Idaho, incommunicado.
In seclusion, that's right.
I'm not giving my satellite number to anybody.
Okay, all right.
Unless the sheriff is outside, he
Yeah, he
was,
is.
I see badges
Yes.
out there,
okay,
so.
he was
I'm
a
going to
little
the
ways
bathroom.
away,
Okay.
so maybe
I did.
he's here.
You know, in the end, they probably are a little bit different than,
And we're ready. Thank you.
it is a little bit different than.
Were you bored today, Steve?
She seems like she could step right in.
You miss it.
Elected deputies, 80%, who don't even know the full job, couldn't even step in and do. I would like to go back and redo that.
Yeah, right.
I regret doing that. I think that by they would be qualified, they're making 80% of what that person. But yet now I'm being told by Britt that, most of them couldn't step in and do the job.
How you doing there, Matthew?
Well,
The details.
she would leave it, she would
Well.
leave it, I think, But we're gonna,
Just,
No, I'm not just like, yeah.
let's say he didn't, his point is
you only
very
do
valid.
something to do,
That's
man.
another point, you're gonna bring in a director that's 67,000.
As far as
While
I'm concerned.
paramedics and everybody else is making 80 and,
My point is,
When you fight over $1,000, that's kind of
Yeah.
stupid.
because this wasn't done
yeah.
until last year.
I hear you're an
And it's kind of
educated
like,
man.
what are they doing, a factory?
Did you learn anything down there?
Or is it?
Yeah.
Is it kind of
I like to
like
do away.
de-escalation?
Well, it's
Oh, would I?
like
I just like
Let's
to
get
do
for
away
your
with
base,
to our-
like help help your peers. You know how wellness is
Yeah.
becoming a higher priority in law enforcement. It's about being able to coach your peers and help them through and get resources.
Yeah, we could have used you out at,
Nobody even,
when the two girls got killed.
nobody
Yeah.
even questioned.
All of us, I mean, yeah.
So does that mean that like
course,
anybody that
it
asks
still
for
bothers
5%? Have to be approved of that? I thought we were gonna
It's a
do
good thing because you know
Yeah, right.
mental health for law enforcement has been
Yeah.
neglected.
You know,
Yeah.
Pretty soon
and that was my
they'll all be
understanding, we're gonna have a work
counselors.
session
Yeah.
and see maybe.
Counselor,
Counseling ourselves.
Academy counselor class.
Yeah.
And maybe
Okay, you kind of know the drill. This is the first reading when we go through and kind of highlight anything that might be new, noteworthy, or require special explanation. So we'll start, I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, and I hate to trouble you to do this, but if you don't mind going to the podium, because we do have people watching online, and that's how they can hear what you're saying. So we have first in our budget book, the regular county general sheriff's budget. Start with that one. Anything that you want to bring to our attention directly, or just open it for questions, or?
I think open it up for questions. There's a couple things that I have a question about, but we'll get to that when we get to those lines.
One thing I noted, and I think is on our side, Britt and Janet, was it looked like the sheriff's special duties line item got, or the SRO for Clinton Central inadvertently got put in the sheriff's special duties line item.
Oh, yep.
So,
I noticed that.
yeah, we need to correct that. I guess the first thing, let's talk about the new, we talked about it, what, last month or 2 months ago with the JCAP position, and you guys were able to cover that for the remainder of 25, and we talked about putting it in for 2026, and we've got it in here. I guess, refresh my memory, I should remember this by now, but what the JCAP position is.
The Jail Chemical Addiction Program Coordinator.
Okay.
The position was created through the Indiana Department of Correction grant that is no longer funding that type of work across the state. They did away with jail treatment across the state. So every jail treatment program lost all of their funding dollars, which is how we fund him. He's the one that operates the JCAP program. That's a 12 to 16 week recovery program, and does case management work throughout the jail for inmates not in the program.
I would like to say that I believe we need to find money to fund that position. I think it's a good position, and also wanted to comment that your budget, as requested to us, it looks in good shape. That position, I think, would be worth us looking for the money for that.
I would throw out one area where we could make up part of that, and I want to ask whether you did it intentionally or whether it was just the first number on the page, but on the sheriff's pension fund, typically we've put the recommended amount, and the amount that was included in the budget for this year was the accelerated amount. So the higher level contributions, was that intentional? Or?
I always try to put the largest amount in and let you weasel it down.
I do think we need to probably take that.
Because it does not all come from county general. It is broken up. It comes from multiple sources.
That's correct.
As it has in the past. So I put the full amount in there and I leave it to the auditor on how she wants to divvy that out.
So we have, I think we have 50,000 for that pension fund in the federal inmate, and then, Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, is it like service of warrants fund, or there's another fund that we can use for that, if I remember right?
I think, is it the?
Sheriff's sales,
Sheriff's
tax
sales.
warrants.
Tax
Okay,
warrants.
tax warrants, okay.
That's one too.
So we're,
And let me go back, I won't try to find that, I have it in my folder, but I'm gonna have to dig through the pages on what that, mid-level, here it is. So each year for the pension fund, we get from the pension financial advisor, we get three numbers, the minimum to keep it actuarially sound, the recommended, and then the accelerated, which is to kind of, just to beef up the strength of the fund. So the recommended county contribution is $562,996. So if we allow for the fact that 50,000 of that is budgeted in the federal inmate program, you know, in theory, we could take that the 624,000 number down more than the $72,000
Right,
number for
right.
the JCAP
and that would be the same budget?
in the same budget.
Okay.
And the salary, I don't know what it's showing on yours. I put in two numbers requested for that position based on a 2.5% increase, which after watching yesterday's budget hearings, I have some questions on 2.5% increases. But the first number was a 2.5% increase based on what he was currently being paid. However, the salary survey included his position, so the second number is taking him at 2.5% from the salary survey number, because he was on a grant cycle, therefore we could not increase his salary being paid from a grant once the salary survey was completed. So all
You're
in,
talking about the $62,000 number? or is that-
62,788
Right.
should be where he would
That's
be
that's the one you'd like,
with the salary survey, yes, ma'am.
as requested, okay.
So did you say we put 563 what the pension was?
And then we'd also have
The minimum.
benefits for him.
Yeah, if we
To
take,
cover,
if we say
right.
50,000 coming out.
Yes, I don't
Because
see
you
where
don't
that
worry
comes
about that,
from.
but I mean,
Yeah.
I'm, in my mind, I just need to, we just need to add
Yes.
that in. So we all realize that we're gonna have
That's right, because of that. one.
taxes and comp and all that kind of stuff.
Alan,
Yeah, there's 55 in there.
Alan,
Yes.
would this be the time to address the email that I received from the transport officer?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead and bring that. Well, no, because that's,
How do you feel
transport's officers in jail budget, correct?
It's in, I think they're in 1233 or 1170.
Let's
Okay,
hang on,
okay.
Mary.
But feel
That'll
free to
be it.
discuss.
Sorry about that.
No, that's in a different budget. Let's maybe try to hammer this thing out here real quick first.
Okay, sure, sorry about that.
So, given some of our other challenge, I'd like to stay at that recommended level rather than moving to the accelerated level. I mean, recommended is still beyond the minimum. We're keeping it actuarially sound. That number at the 562,996, and we have 50,000 of that accounted for out of federal inmates. So in my mind, we could take this number in this budget to 513,000 if we round up.
We did just do a pension update at the last merit board meeting. It's operating above actuarial assumption.
Good.
Per usual, it's grown to $7.2 million.
So the 624 number's going down to 513 something?
Yeah.
Yes, well, 513 even would be the rounded up.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So you're saying then you got 111 to go towards that other.
That would cover that JCAP.
That would cover the position, including everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually have a little bit of a net reduction there in that.
I like that.
I didn't really have anything else highlighted in my review of this budget. It was,
You're doing 50 out of 4968 and the 513 out of 005.
correct. Anybody else have anything on the sheriff's department budget?
Do we still have the DARE officer?
No, we do not.
That does show $1,000 for DARE officer. Does that need to be in there then?
Not necessarily. I mean, the DARE program is, it's, I don't know that it's been used in a lot of years.
Yeah, it shows 0 usage, so we might as well zero that out.
So 0 on DARE?
Yes. Everybody speak up if they've got anything. If not, I'm gonna move to the next one. Okay.
I've got one question.
Okay, yes, sir.
On the matron position, we've added a job description and duties. What is that waiting on to find out where we're asking
For the wages,
compensation or
the
whatever the
wages.
case is? Yes, the wages on that, with the new addition to the job title.
That's in here.
I'm not, where is that?
Did you,
Oh, there
did you
it is.
put anything, you didn't put anything in the?
No, my job description changed yesterday.
Yeah, it changed yesterday, so,
So,
I mean, I get it.
no.
It's kind of, we're all behind the 8 ball on this, but I do think it has to be addressed with a change in the job description.
We added the things from the statute, like.
Well,
not
that
we-
was
not
already
we-
in
Not
there.
we did, the commissioners, the job description, we added what was in the statute plus the commissary, right?
Well, the statute was always in place by the statute,
Right.
but, so we added commissary.
We added commissary. And that's your question.
Yes.
I've added that one to my list.
Yeah, we need to add that to our list. We hadn't thought about it, actually.
Throw out your
We'll-
thoughts.
We'll hear soon.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
We've got,
You do have some thoughts to share.
Oh, what?
Some nice thoughts. Do you have some thoughts to share on that?
I will let the person my thoughts are pretty straightforward. It's separated by statute and, as far as a contractor and, and that. We'll get to that in due time. But as far as the job description and adding it to that position, if that's the job description and we're okay with it and everything works out and the compensation's reasonable and, this and that, then we'll leave it at that. So I think that it is a responsibility that is obviously beneficial to the sheriff's office. It pays for an untold amount of things.
Right.
Obviously legal to inmate support, jail support, refrigerators, freezers, everything that has ever crossed paths in that facility has been typically and can be purchased through that commissary fund that over the last 7 years has grown exponentially. And I think, I hate to say who the oldest is sitting in here, but I think, Sheriff down there on the end is maybe the most tenured person with this county government right here. But it is something that is obvious that it is a producing and something that is needed to maintain a lot of different things, from computers for, and equipment for our detectives and different software. And software is like buying a house now. It's expensive. It's extremely expensive. Drones, different things for different programs inside the facility. And it's not something that stops at 5 o'clock. Emails from vendor, from inmates, addressing. I mean, it's a it's a job that takes more than I think anybody can fathom unless you come down and visit and do the job and see how many emails after hours, during hours, fixing different things, questions, and you know, just the maintaining of the entire operation. So it's something we've got a lot of grief over it, but we've never had anybody say, all right, let's sit down and talk about it from start to finish, and where's this go, how's this come in, what goes out, what is bought, what is, you know, provided, how is it packed, how is it shipped, how is this, what does it supply, and how does it provide for the sheriff's office. You know, every once in a while we have a request and we ask to use commissary fund for different things, from mechanical inside the facility to you know, different items that we have to ask for outside of the statute. It's something that is behavior control to a certain extent, probably extremely. There are different ways to do the program, obviously. There's no one set way by anybody's standard on how to operate and how to purchase and how to put things out there. It can be brought all the way back down to a fund that doesn't, or a program that doesn't create much. You know, if we went to just a vendor and they ship it in from outside and it's not handled inside for the most part, and we dumb it down to the point where there's very minimal product, we're required very minimal things if we get rid of commissary. And that minimal thing is hygiene products and, you know, your toothpaste, your toothbrushes, and that can be provided. Nothing has to be sold. So, you know, it is an important part of our sheriff's office. It always has been. And I don't want to take away from previous, but it is absolutely, it shows that it is a productive and, you know, program that is successful. And with that, the person that operates it should be compensated accordingly. We don't tell other vendors what they make. We don't tell other vendors that you charge too much. You know, and it's a difficult conversation. It really is, especially over the last several years. So it's one of those things where I think it is important because it does provide a huge amount of things that take away from having to use and quote-unquote tax dollars from county general. It does assist. It does make a difference. So, you know, I'd like to keep the status quo on it. I'd like to keep moving forward. I have a person, the matron, as an outside contractor, has worked and completed the work for the last, yes, it's going on 4 years with zero compensation, but the program has not faltered. And I think that goes to show that the most important thing is our inmates and is the fund that helps our deputies, our jail staff, corrections, training, all the work that goes into it gets paid for it out of there. And I think Sheriff Hensley and our old chief deputy here, Joe Mink, understands that. So
Maybe for Mary, because you're new, or maybe it'd be helpful if former Sheriff Hensley understood why he started the 50-50 profit split in commissary, because the program started under his administration. I inherited a program.
So here is a question that I have, is because the way I'm understanding it, like the revenues have gone up, which would, if it were still the 50-50, would be a huge increase for the matron.
For the commissary
I'm
manager.
Sorry, okay.
Yes.
I apologize. Have the duties increased? Would you say have the duties increased to the same degree that the income would have increased?
So a good example is when I trained with Nancy Ward, who was my predecessor, she operated a one order a week commissary. I came in, I laid all the vendor booklets, I rebuilt the menu, updated pricing. That took us to a 4 order a week. There was 2 e-cig orders. There's an on-site order, the bulk order that Nancy did as well, and we have a warehouse order. I oversee all of them. I physically pass 2 of them, and I bag the 3rd one. But I respond to all emails and all issues regarding that.
And I think comparing what in 2015, 2016, 2017, or 2002 or 4 or 3, you know, monetarily wise, we saw an exponential increase in cost of everything. Exponential increase in product and also with material just in common in our economy. So I don't know that, it's hard to say that the money's comparable to what it was in 2018, but the comparable thing is this, is that there's an extreme amount of effort in lieu of what happened, what was prior. So, more orders, the responsibility to track different things, the implementation of different programs that, and it's just like on the e-cigarettes. These are adults, that only adults purchase it, not 18-year-olds, not 19-year-olds, not 20-year-olds. You have to be 21 to purchase. That has to be maintained and tracked. We track each and every product that goes out by serial number. For them to receive back, they have to have that same serial number item. So it is tracked by scanning it, put it into a system, and watching it, so that if it comes back tampered, you don't get one. You don't ever get one. You could be blocked from it. So, and we talk about behavioral responses. If you're told you can't buy another one, if you tamper with it, or if you take somebody else's, or if the numbers get mixed up, it really, these people become very responsible, because they like the product, they want the product, and they're gonna take care of it, they're not gonna abuse it. But on the flip side of that, on that order, it has to be tracked. So I don't know how many people purchase it in there, but every one of them individually handled, individually tagged, tracked, and issued out, and it's issued back for them to even think about purchasing another. So there's a lot more to it than I think it was in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay.
It's really,
Yeah, okay.
I just want to make sure that we're having a conversation.
Fair question,
talk about
fair
it.
question, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let's move on and look at the,
I will give you a heads up. Our repair vehicle line had already zeroed out for the year. We transferred money from 0081 into 0059. I look for us to have to do another transfer. I increased it slightly. Captain Myers can probably comment on some of the repairs that we're seeing that are not covered by warranty on these Tahoes.
Yeah, there's been several lost repairs, windshield washer pumps, a lot of the same stuff throughout the fleet. It's pretty costly.
okay. Appreciate that heads up. So that moves us to the jail budget in the general fund. Looks to be very minimal changes other than the salary adjustment.
Have you given any further guidance on the salary adjustments? 'Cause
We have not.
the email we all received was the 2.5, but sounds like yesterday there were some higher numbers.
There was.
And
I
we
would like
will,
to request 6.5 for the record.
There was really no recommendation. There was no recommendation from council. We did put in our email the cost of living just to help.
I understand that. That's
Yeah.
what I was under the impression we were all going by, was the 2.5%.
that's what we expected too, but we're seeing different.
I understand that.
I have a question about the records clerk 0037. Is that the one that's empty right now?
She has not yet left, but she is in her final 2-week period.
Okay. And then below that you have a part-time, is that right?
Yes. We attempted to hire for the part-time, but we couldn't get anybody that was able to pass the background.
So the part-time is empty,
Currently empty, yes.
and you're expecting the other one to be empty in 2 weeks?
Yep.
Okay, so my question about that is, last year, when positions were over the midpoint, we said when they opened up again, we'd move them back to the midpoint. So is that, are we gonna be using that same parameter for 2026, or is this a new, I guess I'm just throwing that out.
Which position is above midpoint?
Midpoint for, well, one is part-time on here and one, must be the one 0037. Because midpoint would be 42,411. the midpoint on the previous cert.
Yeah,
It's the previous
I
cert, so we all
I
know that.
recall having
We all
some
know that's a while.
conversation when we hired the current gal in that position. What I would offer is this position handles money, it's the check and balance for the State Board of Accounts to my position, and I would not decrease that position if we're looking for a certain kind of someone to fill it.
Okay. I'm just throwing it out there because we're trying to figure out if we're following survey or not following survey.
Good question.
So the part-time is the empty one, and the records clerk is going to be empty in 2 weeks. All right, we've got an issue.
That is the one we are on a holding pattern to open up.
Right.
Any other questions on the jail budget?
That's a good budget.
Let's get to these other ones, and maybe then we could circle back to look at the holistic picture, because we do have personnel across multiple budgets here. All right, lit public safety. Budget 1170. We have 8 deputies in here. Some sergeants, courthouse security.
This is the one where we were thinking about the transport officer should be bumped up to the jailer.
We had that, I had that request, and so,
It's something we've talked about for a while because historically, we worked over a couple of years to bring them up to CO pay because they have equal training requirements. But they came in the salary survey underneath, and so there's been a discretion. I just happened to talk to Alan on the day that they were broken down on the side of the road with federal inmates with a flat tire. I said, this is the reason why I would ask for their pay to go up, because they're now on the side of I-70 by themselves in an unknown situation. They're not in the confines of the jail with multiple people. We got the traffic hazard of the roadway. We've got the hazard of having prisoners with them, et cetera. And so this is just yet another request to bring transport up to.
And we had
CO
already
pay.
talked about that after,
That is actually in the next budget.
it's the next one, it's not this one?
It's in
In the
1233.
jail lit,
Okay.
but
Oh,
The
sorry.
only thing I would say on this one is we just have to remember that they work less hours. So we could give them, if you chose to, you could give them the same hourly wage. We just have to adjust it for the hours they work.
I think that's what I did.
Did you? Okay. I haven't looked at the numbers.
I think because,
Yeah.
yes, I did it at the same hourly because
Yes.
their salaries look to be $1,700 less.
Okay,
But their
perfect.
hourly is the same.
Okay.
okay, so these figures up here, you've already taken that into consideration, bringing the
On the request.
transport officers up to the same thing as the jailer?
Yes.
Okay. I had noticed, I thought, but it might be the hours.
It looks different because the jail staff is at 2080 and they're at 2186.
Okay, thank you.
so finishing up on the 1170, does anybody have anything else on that one? Okay.
And we are, like courthouse security, I think we have all positions filled now.
Okay, good.
And the 2 part-time, 2 full-time. And the question is going to be, and I know we've talked about it in the past, but the courthouse folks will move with the courts when the judges move their operations over to the new annex. This starts to get the reverberation. So, I think it's going to take some conversation with the commissioners to find out after that switch comes back. I think we're going to try and keep somebody in here as construction's moving, because we're still going to have open offices, I think. I don't think the whole courthouse is shutting down on refurb, is it?
So,
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it all-
Everybody's going out.
All moving.
Yeah.
So, and then on the flip side of that, when the commissioners move, and are you guys moving with them?
Yeah.
So when all of you move over there, the idea that the security that's gonna take place over there, if there is a need or a want. So that would be a conversation, hopefully maybe 27, I think, maybe?
Yeah, I think,
So we'll
Yeah.
get there.
we touched on that briefly yesterday with the commissioners.
Budget.
Yeah.
With the
So I-
construction woes, I think we can probably count on this as being probably a tougher project than what they've worked on over there, so.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So we moved to the Lit Correctional Facility, 1233. That was the issue we just discussed with that transport officer. So that is now in at the same hourly rate, is what I think I understood. As
That's
the-
what I have documented on the final page, the statement of salary and wages.
Okay,
Okay.
very good. Oh, I wanted to ask, in the budget, there's the jail HVAC, but does that overlap at all with what we did the additional appropriation for recently? Did we accelerate that, or is that an additional component?
Yep.
It's,
The
We're-
final, the final project, because we hadn't done that yet when the budget was due.
Right.
So the final project should be all of the remaining balance of that money. The $170-some thousand.
That we appropriated
a month ago.
in August?
Yeah, yeah.
So is this 190 not needed then? Is that what you're saying?
Where you at?
I am on the last line. We have
04.
04001, 1230 jail lit. We had 190,000 in there.
Yeah, that would be for, yes, that's for that project.
That's for that project, so.
So we're done. That's already done.
That we're done for the electronics of the HVAC.
There will be a portion after that that will, this doesn't include the most of the mechanical, so we'll have to look at that in 25 or 26. But it covers all of the electronics, all of that, and then they're gonna have to come back in and replace the actuators and the mechanical portion of it. This is the electronic portion of it. This is our computer, this is the high-tech stuff that's in the HVAC today. That's what that covers. It doesn't cover the mechanicals of it. That's the actuators, that's any of the piping, anything that needs replaced. So,
But we haven't gotten that quote yet.
no, we have not.
Okay.
But this 190 needs to stay in there for 26.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm okay with that. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that we weren't,
We can get that done at one time where I think it would be, I think
we'd be lucky.
we're gonna be lucky,
You'd be
but I'm
lucky.
hoping.
Okay.
Okay.
Does anybody know about it?
That brings us to the federal inmate housing budget. Again, we have some jailers and some deputies in there. Let's talk about the crime scene investigator position that's not been filled yet. And I understand there's been some issues with who your candidate was and all that. So kind of, can you get us up to speed on where we stand on that one? Or do you know?
I do know. I think the person that interviewed and was offered the job, I think initially got information that he was eligible for the position, but due to his elected position, he's not going to be able to fulfill that. So we can either go with the second person in the interview process, and we were just kind of letting him exhaust his avenues on his part to see if he was going to be eligible for the work. And at this time, I know he's not going to be available to fill that position, so it would be filled by probably the number 2 person that is a current county employee as well.
Okay. And you're anticipating that happening soon then?
Hopefully.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions anybody has on federal inmate?
I guess my question is, if that position's been sitting there open for a year, do we actually need it? I'd recommend that we remove the position.
Time out.
It's just me.
We do need it because it's currently held by a merit deputy that we are trying to get back on the road. But to get him back on the road, we need this person to be hired to fulfill.
Somebody's doing this job.
He's doing the sex offender registry portion of the job, and that's who we need to return to the road. But we're not able to do that until we get this person hired in, which we had attempted to hire the best person for the job based on his background and training and certifications. That should be known by the end of the week as to whether or not we can do that. If not, the number 2 is the current employee at the sheriff's office that's already interviewed, and she would be next up on the list. So the job is needed to return Deputy West back to the road and outside of the sex offender registry.
Okay, thank you.
We had a brief discussion with the commissioners yesterday about the automobiles, just countywide, and the comment was made that we hadn't had any requests yet for 2026. So I wonder if that is still the plan. I've lost track of where we are on the vehicle replacement plan, I guess. We haven't spent any this year, but my recollection was this 25 was to be kind of the off year, and we would go back into the second cycle starting in 26. So I guess
Again, Captain and Chief could probably speak better to this. I was told 4 Tahoes and 2 Traverses for the 26 budget, and that's why we're at 400,000.
Okay.
May I ask how many vehicles we have?
I could probably get you a list. I can't tell you what
I mean, it's,
on the thing on the top of my head.
we just, somebody's always buying vehicles.
Well, but these are
I know,
cycling.
I know. But
As
but I didn't
far,
know
as
how
far as
many
the vehicle,
your department has.
the number of vehicles that we have, Chief, do you have an idea, a rough amount? We have probably 6 that need to go to auction and be, I would take them to most of them to Winski's. They were not, the last purchase, the dealerships do not want these vehicles. I think sitting with the commissioners and doing an auction would probably be the best way to offload those vehicles. Some don't run, some do run, some won't run very long. But it's one of the things that the dealership and the car industry right now, they're not looking for those vehicles. And I think we'd be better off putting them on a list for auction, and then those that don't sell, take them to your local recycling facility.
I'm not asking to be difficult, I'm just
Oh, no,
asking
no.
But you're
because
probably looking at 30, 35. I mean,
it's just a question
Yeah.
that I don't know the answer
Probably
to.
35. I mean,
Okay, thank
so
you.
they're
Commissioner-
A lot of them are constantly on the road. Obviously, the deputy's on the road a lot. so-
Yeah.
We didn't buy any
Thank you.
vehicles in '24, there
Yep.
was no vehicle purchases. 2024, there was
Okay,
4
thank
just
you.
recently this year. 3 Tahoes
And the Traverse.
and a Traverse.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're hitting a mileage mark on the.
Yeah, I thought that first
We're
we
hitting-
should be getting close.
Several at 100,000, several in the 75 to 85,000 mile process. So with those, some of them can be cycled back into the jail and different things at the office. I had a request from the coroner's office we transferred a vehicle to them several years ago. That vehicle is now
Aged out.
not aged out, not worth. So, that we can hopefully fulfill some of those needs from our fleet, that we start rolling into pool vehicles, which are vehicles that are left for repair, left open so that people, when they're getting their vehicle fixed or they have a crash, we have a vehicle that they can step in and drive
Right.
out.
And I think Sheriff Hensley and Mr. Meek can testify to, we wring the life out of all these vehicles until there's nothing left. I mean, we use them till they can't be used.
Which is why our repair line
Is that, yeah,
Maybe
got
we
that.
should have the list in our office because Sean brings over everything. So
It's a
So,
question people in the
sure.
public ask me, how many vehicles
Yes.
does the county own? And I
Right.
go, I have
if you get
no
with
idea."
Marcia, she can give you the list.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, we spoke yesterday real briefly during the discussion with EMA about how they were going to have an auction of some surplus equipment. We ought to try to get some of those in that auction, just as a thought.
They've got lots of equipment out there that they
Yeah.
want to get rid of.
But it sounded like that one had maybe even been scheduled
Yeah, that's what I took it, it's scheduled.
for next month or something, so.
We get pictures and numbers and ship them to you. little list of, do you list what the problems are, do you sell as is? Okay,
Yeah.
but we can do that, I mean, just let us know, we can have maintenance guys get all that information, we can get something coordinated.
Be a good opportunity just to save money on insurance. if
They're
nothing
killing our
else.
grass out back, that's all it is.
Oh, there you go.
Is there any Tahoes going, or are they all
No, they'll be cycled down to
just
pool
the old
vehicles.
stuff?
The older cars will be going.
I'd like to see what the reward, the turnaround is on a Tahoe right now.
The trade-in?
They're sky high, yeah.
You know, and optimally, it would be, you know, probably in '27 would be the year to trade some of those vehicles out. That would be probably the first year of Tahoes that would be available to trade in. So we kind of see
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna
When we
imagine,
did the Tahoe program, they estimated between 7,500 and 9 for trade-in value. That was 21.
Legitimately $250 to maybe $1,000 for the vehicles that are at the sheriff's office sitting, ready to either go to auction or recycle, is what a dealership offered. It wasn't worth their effort to drive from Fort Wayne to pick them up or send a car over. Wasn't cost effective.
I know we talked about this a little bit, I think, at the August meeting, and so there's probably not much of a huge update to it, but I assume we're still looking okay on the revenue side with the recent increase in the per diem and the additional revenues we've been getting into that fund.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll let the matron talk to that.
We'll see how it goes.
It's a big number for the spending that we, you know,
Right, absolutely.
if it doesn't materialize, we got to peel back somewhere, I guess is my point. We wouldn't have enough cash balance to cover it all. So we are somewhat dependent on those revenues continuing. So I guess all I would ask is if anything changes to the negative, please let us know.
Absolutely.
I'd rather deal with it before it's a crisis. you
Yes,
know.
sir.
Okay, I think that's it, the last one. Okay. Now, opening it back up to any of those, anything that you want to discuss regarding sheriff or jail budget?
Records clerk.
Yeah, the records clerk position, if we could at least start the advertisement for it, it's something that we have to fill that.
That position handles the inmate trust account. So it's a daily collection of money, daily bank runs, et cetera. We're definitely behind the 8 ball.
So this is the part-time or the full-time?
Full-time.
Full-time.
Can you, I'm not saying take it out of the budget, but if the full-time position was filled, do you have some wiggle room on being maybe slow to fill the part-time?
Yeah, we haven't filled the part-time because
Yes.
we can't get a good applicant thus far, so.
I mean, I'd feel with the changes we've made to the pension contribution, and if we could kind of pull back the part-time, I'd feel much better.
I'd be okay with that.
actually. Does that person have to be bonded? I know we used to have to bond them.
I don't know the answer to
I
that,
didn't know
Joe.
if
I'd
that
have to
was-
check.
I think
would
they are
say
bonded.
yes.
They do.
I
they do
think,
that.
so you just sparked my memory. Yes, they do, because they handle, anybody who handles money,
Yeah, that's what I.
with the exception of the correction officers.
And it's what, $100, I think, to get bonded, something like that a year.
You guys pay that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
looking from my other hat,
Right.
Sheriff, that, yeah, I think it's like $100 is what it is to do it, so.
We've got one more budget, which is the council budget. So if you'd allow me to finish that, and we can say we've gone through the whole budget, I'll try to have an answer for you here by the end of the day on that position. I feel pretty good
Can I
about it.
ask what the holdup is on this position?
Well, just on whether,
It's not
what,
this position, it's all the positions.
yeah, it's, I don't know if you heard the beginning when I was kind of running through the.
Well, I heard
the
yesterday
changes.
when we're giving out stipends and different things going on. So I'm just curious what the holdup is, if we need to find a different way, a different fund to pay the records clerk out of.
No, so first thing was to get that report yesterday. I thought that went well. I thought that was way more positive than I was expecting. So that eased my mind a great deal about looking into the future. The challenges for 2026 are more specifically related to the increase in the health insurance premium that we don't know yet. But if I project based off of our claims history of what could be a 30, 40, 50% increase, and we don't know that yet, we were just trying to say, if we had to deal with that, we could either ask every single employee to pay more, we can cut every single employee's coverage to fit into our existing budget, or we could try to be strategic on making cuts other places. And so if it got into personnel, it would be much easier to deal with positions unfilled than to try to lay somebody off. So that was the logic of why we would say, let's roll up here a little bit. But I'll say, in going through the budget, we've made some progress here today, or on some things, so. But we have some really big numbers in the county budget. I just want to go through those first.
Sure. Since you mentioned it, can I sidebar real quick?
Sure.
Yesterday, there was conversation about payments to IU Health. Can I ask what that is?
That's our payment, that we've had a 9-year agreement with them for the hospital.
Mhm.
So what it effectively was the settlement of the previous agreement, the previous lease agreement had a component in there that said the county would have to buy back at the depreciated value any equipment that became
Oh,
fixed to the
yeah.
building.
Okay,
And so we settled on that for a smaller amount, and we're paying that over 9 years.
I see.
So that's that payment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. One more budget to go. You guys got it in you?
Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's do
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Council budget, number 8. We have a lot of big numbers, but a lot of them kind of calculate automatically, so. So, this is where all of the benefits, the PERF, Social Security, Medicare, all of those big numbers for county employees are.
And we have some departments that have their own insurance. No, this is not insurance, this is perfect retirement.
And to the extent that a department can cover that, we move everything for the employee compensation to that budget. Everything else that's left is
Got
in
it.
here.
Got it.
So one thing that I noted and talked a little bit with Britt about yesterday, and I think we've got some wiggle room here, we discussed, is that Social Security and PERF, if you look at 0031 and 0032, those go up 14 and 13% respectively. So far higher than what we're contemplating on wages, but Britt was wanting to have a little room in there because the big unknown is overtime, and we still have to pay those things when we have overtime. So she wanted a little bit of a cushion, but I think we can pull that back some.
Well, usually, so we need to calculate on when we did some overtime, it just depends on how the salaries fall. It honestly does, because it's just a calculation.
Mm-hmm.
Gross wages times 7.65, gross wages
But-
times 11.2, so
But you make a good point, the overtime is the unknown.
it is the unknown.
And I think it makes sense to have a little cushion, but I don't know that we need to have 10% cushion.
No, we may not.
So if we left those at, say, a 5% increase, I felt like that still gave you a cushion. That still gave you a cushion, and I haven't done that math to know what that number is. I'm just throwing it. It would
Can
be
you
at,
pull it off of payroll, what your overtime was this year, or so far this year, compared to your straight time?
We probably could, yes.
9:45, is that what you're talking about, 5% from there, or something?
yeah, that's what it would be.
So
wouldn't it?
add, so 9:45?
Yeah, that,
So what are we changing here?
that's on the Social Security and Medicare.
Changing it to 9:45?
945, which would be 5% above current year.
Okay.
And then what about retirement? Is that the same? Is retirement, that wouldn't necessarily be affected by overtime, correct? That's by the position, or is it by the compensation?
It's by gross wages, yes.
Okay,
It would go by
okay.
that, yeah.
Okay.
So if we did 5% for it too, I have 1.365.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the group insurance we have in there at 10% increase.
Not
I
gonna
don't
be
think
enough.
you're nowhere near.
Well, I know, but we had to make a decision based on what we thought we could realistically try to pull off, and that was the number that we came to. So anything that's above that, we're gonna have to talk about changes in plan design or changes in employee contributions or
Major cuts
combination
or cuts
thereof,
Or cuts other places, yeah.
or cuts other places, right? We did also increase the HSA because we increased that amount last year, but we didn't increase it in the budget. We increased it by policy, we didn't increase the budget line item to fund it, so we're catching back up to that. We gave a little bit more for each category last year.
Right.
I highlighted LHD, I talked to Britt about this, the benefit advisor, they have a automatic escalator in there. We need to figure out what that number is and adjust ours. We have it in flat year over year, but it will go up some small amount. And we have plenty of offset money since we just did a big reduction, but Britt just needs to probably message over to Bob or Doug, and they'll tell us the correct number for 2026.
And that's just their fee to.
That's their fee,
administer it.
yeah, their flat fee, yeah. I think we'll have the potential, maybe I shouldn't venture too far out on a limb here. I think that we're gonna have a thorough review of the health clinic for next year in terms of who's providing it and how it's paid. So, we've got a number in there as a placeholder, and it's up a little bit year over year, but I do think there could be the potential, based on some of the, we did ask for some quotes from some other entities last year, but it was so tight against when the renewal date was, we didn't feel like we had time to get it all in and have the comprehensive review that we wanted, so we decided to wait until the next renewal, which is next summer, before we would make that final decision about whether to switch. There were some intriguing options that were apparent that I think will be
Really?
that could be popular. So, and some of those came in below what we were paying. So
Okay.
I hope that maybe we could have a little savings there, but it's not promised.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Seated is effectively the same budget as last year, with the exception of that the Partners in Progress budget is lower. Shan really took a sharp pencil to it and tried to pull back a little bit to be as efficient as he could. And you'll recall that half of that budget is now, this is the whole budget, we approved the whole budget, but we get reimbursed for half of that amount from the city. So that is actually reflected on our revenue side, but but we are the authority or the body that approves the budget. That annual payment is for our region, our economic development region. We have to pay a membership, our dues to that region. That's what that number is.
You may not know this off the top of your head, the 2014 and 2017 bond payments, do you know how much longer those go?
The 2014 bond payment is actually the refinancing of the 2009 bond payments, which is the water tower at Jefferson. So they finish in 2029. And then the 2017s are 20-year bonds that finish in 2037.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I'll note on this, though, and it's a good question, is that beginning in 2026 is when we have an interlocal agreement with the city that, and it goes back to County Road 375 at the time of ConAgra, that the city shares 50% of the tax revenue from ConAgra on years 11 through 20. So that year 11 starts in 2026, and it's a small amount because they go from 98, 70, 60, the declining abatement. So it's only going to be 10%, half of 10%, so it'll be a small amount. But according to that interlocal agreement, we agreed to put that money first toward that bond payment because we jointly pay for that bond payment now. So it's a way that both sides would continue to benefit from that money.
It'll go down faster.
And it'll go down faster. So while it won't be mature, it will be completely paid off till 2029 if paid on schedule,
It could be less.
it will likely be paid off early because of of that interlocal agreement. That seemed so forever in the future when we did that, but here it is, starting next year. But
How do you remember all that?
well, I put it in a file because, and I know right where it is because I knew I would forget if I didn't. But the purpose of that was to, when we did the incentive package for ConAgra, the county paid the expense of installing the road for County Road 375 for a project that's entirely in the city. And so the city agreed to reimburse us through that mechanism.
Right.
So, I'm sorry, was that 2026 or 2027?
That-
The payment will start to go towards?
So we should start getting our first share of that in 2026. We will have
Okay, it is
income next year, but it won't be very much that first
Okay.
year. But I guess my point was, is the agreement obligates it to go to this bond first.
Good.
After that bond is paid off, it can be paid at our discretion. It can be used at our discretion. Presumably, it would go to help pay for the County Road 375 bond, which is the 2017 bond. Bert remembers it all. You have a more detailed listing of the PIT budget there on that second page that Shan provided for us. On that page. Okay, we hit Cume Cap and landfill a little bit yesterday with the commissioners, but just a quick, since it's in this tab, a quick review again. You can see that Cume Cap is down a little bit year over year and is below what we expect to raise through that tax rate. So that balance, we were intentionally trying to let that balance rebuild a little bit because we had taken it very low. So that we're in good shape there. And then on landfill,
You did this one yesterday.
yeah, we did this one yesterday and kind of covered that the big changes there were in the liability insurance, things that are just kind of, we got to do them. But I think outside of those, everything was fairly flat.
How about the debt service bond for water and sewer? When will that be paid off?
Well, that's the one we started just there in 2021. I
So,
think we did one in
yeah.
2020 and one in 2021. And so they're 20-year bonds also. Actually, I think I take that back. Those are 35-year bonds.
Yeah, because it was all underground.
That's right. That's right. Those are 35-year bonds. But we had to do that to keep it at, we would have done it in a more accelerated fashion if we could have afforded it. But since we were adding a debt service levy that was going to add to the tax rate, we tried to keep that as minimal as possible to impact tax bills as minimally as possible. The GO bonds that Emma referenced, those finish off next year. That was the ones that we used to replace the revenue from that one lost year of EMS lit. And we essentially split that impact up over 3 years via that bond. So 2026 is the last, that was in place 24, 25, and 26.
So 26 is our last year.
So where do this just comes from tax money?
Yeah, that's a tax rate.
Okay, so our
Yeah.
tax rate should
It'll go down.
go down.
Right. If I remember right, that's around a nickel. Between 4 and 5 cents is that tax rate for that GO bond. Okay. Anybody have any questions on any of those? Janet, you look like you had a question, or you look like you were, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So we had three things that came up yesterday that I feel like we can answer now. You guys tell me differently, but we had extension asking about the program assistant, recorder asking about the position to start advertising to replace Beth Keeney's position, and then the administrative position for Sheriff's Department. And I feel comfortable that having gone through this, we're okay.
I think so too. I think the sheriff one, especially if we're going to fill the full-time at the requested rate and leave the other one empty at the moment. That's good.
Yeah, I'd like you to be as slow as possible on replacing the part-time, but if the workload can be carried by the 3 full-timers
The
there, but,
extension program, they definitely need that position. And who was the third one?
Uh,
Recorder extension?
Kylie,
Oh,
Kylie wanted to,
Keeney.
Beth to start advertising to replace Beth.
And that was, trying to get that person in there by November.
Have a little bit of time to overlap, which is a policy we've done many times. I think it pays off. So Ashley, consider that your green light.
Do we need to call Cecily?
You probably should email her.
Thank
That's
you.
good. That's good.
So the only other thing that I kind of have on my list, that may be outstanding, and you tell me whether you want to talk about it now, or even Melissa referenced it, having maybe some more information after their new finance committee meets, but is that salary for the health administrator position moving forward to the salary that'll be associated with that when we move away from interim and back to full-time. So do you want to tackle that now, or do you want to? Mary referenced kind of what I was thinking earlier in that if all we did was go back to the position it was paid at last year, budget-wise, it's neutral.
Thank you,
Take care, sir.
No,
Thank you
not
very
last
much.
year.
Take care.
Because,
For this year.
well, are you taking it back to what Rodney was
Correct.
making? What
If
Rodney
you went
was-
back to that level,
Yes, and I would say we're still getting a bargain at that rate with her
I would too.
qualifications.
Well, would that include, well, okay, I guess we've got, that goes back to, built in these budgets, we've got people with all different increases in wages, so I think we have to address that.
right? Well, that'll be my next thing, but as
Okay,
far as
okay.
individual positions that I felt like had
Okay.
specific questions to, that was the last one, and unless somebody else is remembering one that I've been forgetting, that was the last one that I,
Well, what triggered my thought was, were we going to include, let's say if it's 1, 2, 3 for this year, for that position, so that was what triggered that thought, was whether or not it would include.
I could be persuaded to just go back to the last published position that Rodney had, and that's the new wage.
I agree with that. I think she's worth it, but I think then we have to remember that that's way above the survey, and if we're doing EMS and we're doing other places above the survey, that's, and I think, we talked about, we want to be fair, but then we have these exceptions that we want to do, and we agree to the exceptions, and it just opens us up for more requests for exceptions. We can deal with them one at a time, but I agree.
But none of the, it's tough, and I guess what I feel like is that none of the exceptions we made, they're unique circumstances that
They are.
we're not just saying, hey, we like
No.
Joe
And I
Public
think-
and we're gonna,
And I think we can realistically face all the requests for other exceptions as they come along. But I do believe that the health department needs that person. It's in better shape than it's been for a long.
well, on that one, because we would be making a change, I would need a motion if we were gonna,
Change from what it said 60-something
I think I hear a consensus that everybody feels that way, but we need to have a vote on the record that we would be resetting it to the former occupant's last salary.
Do we know what that is? I don't know off the top of my head what that would be.
It was in here, wasn't it, 77?
It was pretty, I think she referenced it was $14,000 more.
It was 70. He had put it in 11.6. He had put it in the first budget.
Yeah.
It was 79, it was 71,
So don't rant.
71,979. 71,979 is what the budget was for 2025.
So I guess what I was saying, to relate back to the discussion about raises, is to me, that would be the salary. We're not doing a raise on top of that.
Okay.
You know
But I was
what I mean?
I was thinking he was making 77. But 71 is what's listed here.
71.
And I was thinking 71, so I think that might be right.
That's right.
And where is she right now, Carol?
63.
63. Carol, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we put into the budget 71,979 for the Health Department Administrator for 2026.
Okay. Anybody care to second that?
I'll second that.
Todd with the second. Any last minute discussion? We've covered this pretty in depth, so I'm not sure we need to, but just last comments. Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. I believe that carries 7-0. So we will make that adjustment in the book. Now, I think the last major thing here is the guidance on, or a decision on raises.
Yes.
Just, oh, prosecutor.
Prosecutor.
Yep. Yep, okay, I did one thing that, let me get this, when I messaged Cecily after that, and if we're gonna talk about this, we probably need to ask the prosecutor to come back down, but I wondered if we couldn't, so what the prosecutor's logic was there is to go to the low end of the statewide survey. If we stay at least attached to our survey and we go to the high point of our survey, they're very close, but the number's a little bit lower, 47,000 some odd dollars versus the 48,000 some odd dollars his was. But I feel more comfortable attaching it to our survey rather than that, as Carol said. And then we're just completely detaching from the survey, and that
Well,
feels
we
like a
got
bridge
into
too
that
far.
with Stephen, and then you're having everybody taking their time when
Yeah.
they should be working, doing damn surveys and coming back and arguing with us.
So that would be, we had a really thorough discussion, earlier in the year about the deputy prosecutors, and quite frankly, I'm okay with those only because of, as I said, we just keep raising pauper attorney, I mean,
No, that's a good point.
what the other side of the table, we keep giving them more and more and more, and then we don't do anything for the people that are actually the county employees. So, for that $7,000-8,000 that seemed, I didn't really have a problem with that.
So you want it aggressive, start at X dollars and then in 6 months?
No, I'm saying he was proposing a shift upward. And we have,
To the low point of his survey.
yeah, I didn't have the deputy prosecutor numbers from the state survey. Did you have those? Is that where he got 90?
I don't remember seeing them
Yeah, I'm not sure
in
they
there.
were
I
in there
don't think
either.
they were. I just saw the paralegals and the office manager, and I wasn't able to find the
90
deputies, so that might be a good
I
question.
think 90 is the middle of the high range of our survey. So I think we'd be okay going there.
Do we want to have him come down and talk real quick about the paralegals?
Well, one thing I
He's
want,
coming back down, I just texted him.
Okay.
one thing, and he has a good point, okay? He's not gonna replace a position, so he has X amount of money.
Got one?
Yeah,
But I have a
the-
hard time giving him all that money to give it back in increases, because then we're not benefiting anything.
So if we.
Settle for half, and he can divide it up that way.
Oh, for half of what?
Half of that 48,000 that he's not replacing. He wants to take all 48,000
Well-
and give it to everybody that's already there.
Well, we don't need to do that, that's too much. But
Well, that's what he's doing. That's what he said he would do.
there's 4 paralegals.
We'd be a net plus 15,000 with that position give back if we, at the current numbers. So anything we would reduce would be taking that down even further. Hey, Tony, thanks for coming back down.
Problem. I hadn't been following the discussion by watching on the video. I feel like I've been called in the principal's. But I'm
Well, you're
clear
kind of
on
our
that.
last loose end here, our big,
Clear on
well.
Where we are, so.
Except for the big loose end.
It's a big loose end, yeah. I think we were discussing as we waited for you to come down, I think what I was hearing was there was a pretty general consensus, somebody speak up if I'm summarizing wrong, about moving the deputies to the 90. I think we felt like that was reasonable and justified. We have, at least I referenced that I had a little bit of discomfort just completely jettisoning the county survey methodology and moving to a completely different survey. And so when I checked with Cecily, the number that I threw out as a way of comparing it and linking them was that if we went to the high point of our survey it would be 47,392, which is a little bit less than what your $48,000 one was. But I felt more comfortable having it linked to our survey at least. So that's kind of where we had just kind of left off, and I was saying, well, if we're talking about changing that number lower, we got to have Tony in the room, and that's when I asked for you to be called, so.
I appreciate the consideration the council was giving to my request. I had merely asked you to go through your process with due diligence and arrive at what you felt was appropriate. The discussion you've had about the survey, I know especially for those council people who participated in the committee, you're very wedded to your survey. And as I look at that, it was a snapshot, and it provided a good framework. But I think that going forward, the model is going to have to be that we work off of that framework. I don't see how you could take that as being a forever survey, because it was, after all, just a snapshot, and things change over time. And so I think that going to the high point in the county survey is certainly a reasonable way to proceed. The county survey, as you pointed out earlier in your discussion, was a survey of about 20 similarly situated counties, whereas the IPAC survey is a 92-county survey statewide. And so there's certainly a rationale to be followed there. Understand that as I compete, when I have vacancies to hire, I am competing in a fairly regional market that includes counties that are paying well above what I pay or can pay. And so I'm competing against Boone County and Tippecanoe County for the most part when I'm seeking candidates for position in my office. And that's largely what's been driving my request to try and get those salaries moved, because I can't compete right now. I had the last paralegal vacancy, to fill that vacancy with people who truly had paralegal certifications. I gave out multiple job offers that were rejected. They would not take it because it was too big a pay cut. Even though they presently live in this county and have to commute to one of those other counties to work, it was too large of a pay cut. So it's not like I have a preference for people from other counties.
Yeah.
But I'm looking for the people that have the skills that are needed in the office.
What was the
Long-winded
number?
answer on my part. I'm a lawyer. I like to talk.
What was the number you
I am
threw out?
asking for whatever you can do to accommodate my request.
Well, I've thrown out an idea. If anybody else has a different idea, I'll entertain it.
Don't forget the office manager is also
The
a
office manager
standalone
was
one.
also there. There were 3 paralegals and the office manager.
The office manager seemed to be, based on your survey, was more fairly compensated
Correct.
than, I had noticed that.
Yes, that's true. The office manager was more in line with both the IPAC survey and with the pay level that was set on that position. I think my proposal on it was a 10% increase as compared to a much larger increase that was necessary to move the other paralegals forward.
The office manager request is almost the same as the high point of the last year's survey.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Now we're gonna have people asking us for the high point.
Well, the difference is, again, that we, at least for the paralegals, is that we reviewed the positions and
We changed the requirements.
We redid
And
them.
the office manager was also.
Was it?
reviewed,
Okay.
And the educational requirement or experience was added to that job description.
So I guess I'll again say, if all of those other departments want to do like Tony did and completely follow the playbook beginning to end, we should probably come to the same conclusion, but
And I have one more question for you, Tony. So you have 3 paralegals, and I know they have different longevity.
They do.
Do you feel they all need to go to this same level?
In the current scheme, yes, because they're all doing the same job. It's not as if there's a differentiation. It would say one of them has to have more training, qualification, or experience to do their job. And so the county's current longevity pay scheme is what makes the difference for them.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you didn't feel like one of them was still in training
No.
kind of a situation.
That's, the differentiation would be, the one that I have moved to the office manager position is still doing paralegal work as well, but that's taken care of in resetting the office manager salary higher.
And then we're not going to fill the fourth paralegal position.
At this point, they're handling the workload, and so to help to finance this move, I would surrender that and zero that one out and move those dollars around to help fund this.
Yeah, make sure that part's in the minutes.
Yeah. Pin the video.
The lawyer agreed to do this.
Yes.
Under oath, right?
So for those four positions, again, the chair is usually not supposed to make a motion, but do I hear a consensus forming around moving those to the high point of our former salary? It'd be slightly, well, the paralegal positions be slightly lower than the budgeted request, so it'd be a savings in the budget, but a significant increase over the current level. That
Carol,
would
do you have those numbers? Do you have the number, the high point number?
The high point number.
47.
The high point number for the paralegals would be 47,399.35.
Yeah, so say 47,400.
And you want the office manager
Yes.
as well? What did I just do it? Too many things upside down.
I do, yeah.
Chairs on this.
Okay, I make the motion to follow Alan's recommendation of
Moving to the county survey high
Yeah,
point.
to-
The other one for the office manager is 52,810.76, which is just $100 or so less than your request.
So I have a motion from Joe to make that adjustment. I have a second from Mike on that. Any other discussion before we vote?
No, sir.
Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your right hand. That motion carries. So that takes care of you.
And then, was there going to be a motion on the deputy prosecutors?
I don't think we have to because because there's no change to what was submitted.
That's what you're
Yep.
asking.
I asked a lot, just want to make sure.
Yep.
we got it all done.
Yep, okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming back down.
Thanks, Tony.
So, here's where we are. We have gone through the whole budget. We have a whole nother day advertised on the 23rd. And really, the only issue that I see outstanding, well, two issues, are the insurance and the raises.
You're not gonna know about it.
And we're not gonna know about insurance, and we're probably not gonna know about it by the 23rd, because our committee meeting's not till the 26th.
That's a little tough to find that out.
So-
Don't we have to have 3 readings, though? Don't-
I do think you're right. I wondered that too. I think we've gotta have 3 readings.
Feel like,
So do
were we
you,
going to discuss compensation for the commissary?
well, okay, 3 things. We've got-
Okay.
yeah.
Compensation for
I
what?
mean, since we did add it in the job description.
Can I get one other thing? We heard Liz yesterday talk about her positions, the building inspector having a hard time filling it.
Yeah,
and
that's the other one that we
and
didn't talk
asking-
about.
Asking for more money. And I put together, this was my bedtime thinking last night, an idea to be able to take that position, if I can find my notes now, to take that building inspector position to 70K, which was something she thought it was increasing the request by $4,000, plus benefits would increase as well. And in order to make that work, the assistant also would get hired at $45,000 even. So there we have those 2 positions, and then we consider the raises for her department in a different way. So we would just give Liz a 1% raise, the next person a 2% raise. And we eliminate the extra help and the planned overtime, which kind of uses the money, fills in the money, the gap of that extra 4,000 plus benefits of increasing that building inspector. We need those positions filled. So I'm just trying to figure out how to fill them creatively. And Liz is overcompensated as far as the survey. And so it also, by having a 1%, it keeps that from getting bigger.
I like your ideas. Here's my question, or here's my thing. If we're gonna get into this very much detail,
Yes.
I don't like making changes to a budget without the department head in the room, and so
That's
I would
fine.
wanna call her, or we can say, we
don't
have,
have that kind of time.
that we've got to come back, we've got to come back
We
on the
have to come
23rd.
back on the 23rd.
So let's do it on the 23rd. Let's do area plan. Let's make the decision about that. Can we, I think we can, so she's already, has she advertised the building inspector one yet, or is she waiting? I can't remember. Did
I
that
think
get in
she's-
before?
I think she's been trying to fill it.
I
But-
think so.
No,
That one's
I
already
thought-
in
I thought she had been
That one's
holding
already-
off.
Let's-
No, it was the
No.
second.
Oh, wait a minute,
It was
yeah.
the
Second
two
It was,
Okay.
it was the second one which she was holding off, but the first one, she's telling us she needs more money. And she had somebody who would take it if she had more money.
So there's some moving parts
She
there. So
never told us how much more. though.
Yeah, she did.
there's some moving parts
I
there
have
that I
notes.
think we can talk with her offline between now and then, and we can maybe have a plan that we could be ready to present on the 23rd.
She told us she needed between 70 and 90K.
Yeah.
We need to talk about the raises. We'll do that on the 23rd, make that final decision. And then we got to talk about the commissary changes to the job duties on that job description, because,
And I know taking different percentages of raises.
that was a good comeback. That was a good question. That was a fair question.
Different percentages of raises would make the office staff have to work harder, but we need to figure out.
All right, so we're coming back on the 23rd.
Coming back on the 23rd, I don't expect it'll be a real long, couple hours, but that'll be our second reading.
I'm on vacation that week.
Are you really?
I'm gonna be in town, but I'm still on vacation.
We'll keep it,
We got projects to work on.
we'll be quick, we'll be quick.
No, I'm just messing that. I have no plans.
All right, all
At
right.
all.
So, good job. This was a good budget. I mean, this was pretty smooth, all things considered.
Thank you for the
So-
raise.
Okay, I'm
Don't
trying
know
to
what
write
it
down.
is, but-
On the
All right.
23rd,
I gotta run. I
APC,
got another meeting.
what else are we,
Raises
all raises?
and commissary.
To you guys, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
what kind of homework do we need?
Meeting
to do?
adjourned.
Like, start- how do where do you even start on commissary?
Have a good
It's
day.
already being done.
Jen.